Please be upstanding for the President of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly.
Good morning, everybody. I declare the annual session of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly open. Mr. Speaker, Prime Minister, Mr. Deputy Secretary General, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by thanking our host, the Folketing and the Danish authorities, and a special thanks to Speaker Gelle and Ms. Fule, the head of the Danish delegation, for hosting this excellent session in this beautiful city of Copenhagen. I would like to take a moment to recognize the efforts of our former president, Joël Garriaud-Maylam. Dear colleagues, it is almost 600 days since Vladimir Putin decided to restart his brutal and illegal invasion on Ukraine. Unprovoked and unjustified. Almost 600 days that Russia causes death, pain, and suffering, terrorizes a whole country with attacks on urban centers and critical infrastructure. The Ukrainian people are showing remarkable resilience. Their friends and partners support them firmly. That is why Russian troops are on the defensive. But let us not be misled. Moscow still aims to bring Ukraine, its people and its democracy to its knees. Putin regime still wants to set fire to the international rules-based order and the values fundamental to NATO and the entire democratic, civilized, and peaceful world. Ukrainians cannot waver, otherwise they will disappear from the map. Neither can Europe, neither can North America, and neither can any of other 141 countries who condemned Russia at the United Nations. On the contrary, we must again and again reaffirm our firm support for Ukraine, its democracy, independence, sovereignty, its right to self-defense and self-determination. Our Assembly has led with strong messaging. I was honored to serve as a rapporteur for the two important declarations we adopted in May last year and this year. And this afternoon, I will present another resolution focusing on Ukraine's reconstruction. We must keep up the pressure on Russia through expanded, massive, crippling, and sustained sanctions. We must help hold accountable the Russian regime, its co-aggressors, and all of its supporters. All crime must be punished, and we must step up and speed up our support for as long as it takes for Ukraine to win. And we must help Ukraine rebuild the country and integrate into the EU and NATO. Denmark has been one of the countries leading this way, with both military and non-military aid. And this summer, Denmark, together with the other allies, has taken the lead in the F-16 coalition. Training started only a few days ago. Soon, I hope, F-16s will start arriving in Ukraine. NATO is also taking action. At the Vilnius summit in July, allied leaders expanded political and practical support. Here in Copenhagen, we made our own support for Ukraine crystal clear. And we agreed together with the Ukrainian delegation on additional concrete steps to support Ukraine and its parliament, also through the Assembly's special fund for Ukraine democracy. Through more cooperation with the Verkhovna Rada on reforms, I sincerely hope we can bring the day closer when conditions are met and the allies can extend an invitation to Ukraine to join the alliance. I thank the Ukrainian delegation for joining us. Our exchange with you are essential. Your home is in the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. Your home is in NATO, and it's our job to help you get there. Russia's renewed attack on Ukraine has again demonstrated that the Kremlin cares little about the norms and principles at the core of the European international order. That is why Russia remains the most significant and direct threat to the allied security. NATO must face this threat with unity, resolve, and unshakable commitment to defend every inch of NATO territory under Article 5. Our defense and deterrence must remain rock solid, from the Atlantic to the Arctic, all along the eastern flank and across the Mediterranean Sea. Again, I want to applaud Denmark for its many contributions in Latvia, in Estonia, in Kosovo, and in Iraq. My country, Poland, is shouldering its part of the burden too. We are deeply committed to NATO and to the transatlantic bond, and we are deeply attached to the right of the nations to choose their path. This year, we will be the NATO ally with the highest defense spending by percentage of 3.9%. We are buying F-35 fighter aircraft, Abrams and other tanks, HIMARS, rocket launchers, artillery systems, howitzers, and other high-end equipment. In Vilnius, NATO agreed new defense plans, the most comprehensive since the end of the Cold War. I welcome in particular the commitment to have additional robust forces in place along NATO's eastern flank, ready for combat. I also welcome the new Defense Production Action Plan. It will help the alliance rebuild a strong, capable, and resilient defense industry. And the new commitment to meet the minimum threshold of 2% GDP for defense is crucial. Our Assembly has called for all these steps. They are necessary not just because of the grave threat from Russia, but because the threats and challenges we face come from all directions and from across all domains. Terrorism in all its forms and manifestations remains the most direct asymmetric threat. We must counter it with strength and help our partners who confront it too. Last Sunday, terrorists targeted the Ministry of Interior in Turkey, just before Parliament opened for its fall session. We must stay united against such evil acts. And just 2 days ago, our partner Israel suffered a horrific attack from Hamas and its terrorist affiliates. Our Bureau has strongly condemned the attacks and the unimaginable horrors against the Israeli people. This is a new level of massive terrorist and indiscriminate violence against Israel. Our thoughts are with the innocent victims. We stand with Israel, which has our full solidarity. Israel's right under international law is to defend itself. It's unquestionable. Colleagues, thank you. Colleagues, we must also work to strengthen stability in our neighborhood, in cooperation with the European Union and supporting our partners most at risk. We must keep our attention focused on the Western Balkans, on supporting progress and the escalation between Belgrade and Pristina. We should also support a long-term normalization of relations between Armenia and Azerbaijan. And we must support our partners in the south. We must also build our resilience to deal with cyber and other hybrid threats, as well as climate change and energy challenges. We find ourselves in the era characterized by strategic competition and the clash of values. The alternative models authoritarian powers are offering are built on repression and disregard for international law and fundamental rights. They work to undermine the international rules-based order, and they attempt to interfere with our democratic principles and institutions and undermine people's trust in them. Our democracies face the greatest challenge in a generation. Our values and institutions are under attack from within and from without. We have overcome such challenges before, and we can do it again. If we properly understand the stakes, if we work with like-minded nations across the world. In NATO's new strategic concept, and once again in Vilnius, allied leaders made clear, NATO is united and resolute in its determination to ensure the shared values, democracy, freedom, the right of all nations to determine their destiny, prevail over imperialism and autocracy. Allied government must finally take concrete steps. It is now time to set up a Center for Democratic Resilience at NATO headquarters. Next year, NATO will celebrate its 75th birthday at a summit in Washington, D.C. But I want us to also celebrate having a NATO body focused on helping allies and partners defend our values. On that fateful day in February last year, Finland and Sweden understood these stakes. They instinctively knew that in the times when our values and borders come under severe threat, it is better to have more friends, to have allies. At our last session in Luxembourg, we could welcome Finland as our 31st member. And I hope I can soon welcome Sweden as our 32nd. Our nations, our citizens are strong and when we are stand together. Colleagues, let me close by recalling why this assembly was founded nearly 70 years ago. To give life to the preamble and Article 2 of the Washington Treaty, to help safeguard democracy, individual liberty, and the rule of law, and strengthen our free institutions. Our challenge has really been greater and never more noble. We must use all full powers as parliamentarians to advocate for support of Ukraine, to explain why it's necessary to spend on our defense, to rally on to defend our democratic values, nations, and societies. Colleagues, over the last 3 days, I have seen your commitment, your determination to strengthen our unique alliance. Thank you for this. Thank you all. Now this is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Søren, Speaker of the Folketing of Denmark. I would like to thank you, the Folketing, for your hospitality and support for the NATO Parliamentary Assembly annual session here in Copenhagen. Mr. Speaker, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Mrs. Prime Minister, Mr. Deputy Secretary General of NATO, distinguished generals and parliamentarians, dear guests, thank you very much for a wonderful evening yesterday. I really enjoyed your company. And as I said yesterday, it's a great honor for me as Speaker of the House to welcome you to Denmark for the NATO Parliamentary Annual Session. Now, as I did yesterday, allow me to comment on the large terror attack on Israel. Up to 700 Israelis have lost their lives. Even more people have been injured. Many have lost their loved ones, innocent people, children, mothers, fathers. Disabled people from Israel has been abducted and is now held as hostages by terrorists in Gaza. My thoughts are with the victims and their families. This unjustified and completely unacceptable terror attack on Israel has been condemned by the Danish government. I fully support this. As said by an Israeli general yesterday, this is more deadly as the 9/11 and Pearl Harbor put together if you compared it into size. Yesterday was the deadliest day in the history of Israel. And of course, Israel has the right, as said by the President, to defend itself. Now, I will now return to my speech. Denmark is a founding member of NATO. To say it as clearly as possible, NATO is the cornerstone for the security of the Kingdom of Denmark. This was the case during the Cold War. This is the case today, and this will be the case in the future. During the Cold War, I served as a soldier. While being on board a helicopter flying close to, at that time, border between West and East Germany, I saw with my own eyes what NATO stands for. When I looked out of the window towards the west, I could see street lights, blinking billboards, and so on. And when I looked out towards the east, everything was darker. This was literally a helicopter perspective on the difference between democracy and dictatorship, between NATO and the Warsaw Pact in those days. Today, we can once again clearly see the difference between democratic values and the opposite. There is a war in Europe once again. Russia has unprovoked and illegally invaded Ukraine. We all support and admire Ukraine's defense on the battlefield, and we support the ongoing work of the Ukrainian Parliament. All members and parties of the Danish Parliament stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine in its fight for freedom. The Ukrainians do not only fight for their survival, they also fight for our democratic values. Yes, military capabilities are important for our securities. This is a fact, and we all invest heavily in our defense these years. In its role as a military alliance, NATO not only defends the territorial sovereignty of its 31 member states, but also safeguards our values such as democracy, freedom of speech, transparency, and open and fair elections. These are the very same values upon which the alliance was founded in 1949. They are the same values that NATO upholds to this very day. Democracy has many forms. Conversation and mutual respect for each other's viewpoints are hallmarks of democracy. Today's meeting among the delegates have demonstrated this in practice, and it makes me proud to be part of an assembly that celebrates those key values. NATO welcomes, as already said by the President, new member states that fulfill the core values of the alliance. This applies to Finland, and we are happy to welcome Finland to our alliance, and hopefully Sweden will soon follow after. This will send a strong signal about a unified Scandinavia in NATO. Thank you for choosing Denmark as the location for the annual session. I really do hope you will have some fruitful discussions today in this plenary in wonderful Copenhagen. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your remarks and for coming to speak us today. Thank you for a beautiful dinner with the Prince yesterday. Now, it's my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Mette Frederiksen, Prime Minister of Denmark. Madam Prime Minister, this session has been an opportunity to recognize and pay tribute to Denmark's many contributions to NATO and to our common security, your strong military and non-military aid to Ukraine, and your leadership in the F-16 coalition, I already said, make a real difference on the ground, and Danish forces defend NATO's borders on our eastern flank, as well as contribute to stability in the alliance neighborhood. Prime Minister, thank you for your leadership. You now have the floor.
Thank you so much, President, Mr. Speaker, Excellencies, and ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Copenhagen. It is a great honor to address all of you today, but I have to start on the situation in Israel, because we meet this morning against the background of horrible events unfolding in Israel. Killing of civilians, hostage situations, terrorist activities at its worst. Let me be very clear, nothing can justify such attacks, nothing. Nothing. We stand with Israel, and we stand with Israel's right to defend itself. My thoughts are with the victims and their loved ones. But today I am here to talk about NATO. It is, of course, always a bit difficult to predict the future. Going back just some few years, I believe that few of us or none of us could have predicted the future we are facing right now in Europe. A full-scale invasion on our continent. I guess the majority of the Europeans thought that this was something belonged to the past. At this very moment, brave Ukraine men and women are fighting on the battlefield. They are the face of right against wrong, of good against evil. I know that the war shocked almost all of us. And today we know that this is not only a threat against Ukraine, but also to the idea that our alliance is built on: freedom, democracy, rule of law. Another who could not predict the future was Putin. I believe that he expected us to stand passively by as he staged his attack on Ukraine. He thought that our words of solidarity would remain just that, words. But instead, Russia's brutal war has shown the true strength of our alliance, of our unity, transatlantic. Ukraine soldiers are fighting with our weapons, our tanks, our missiles, and soon Ukraine will also fly our F-16s. As you said, President, Denmark has decided to donate 19 of our F-16s. We have already started to train the pilots and all the other personnel. And together with partners, and this is a very necessary message from me today, we are working to expand and to deepen the coalition, so Ukraine get more F-16s, and so we can train more pilots. And let that be a message to your countries as well. We need to deepen this coalition, and we need to speed up because time is not on our side. At the same time, many of us have now started building up a long-term security commitment to Ukraine. This is also an important message. And we must be with Ukraine to the bitter end. None of us in Europe or in the US can claim war fatigue while Ukraine continues to tirelessly fight against this terrible war and to defend our freedom. So please, everyone, as long as the Ukrainians are ready to fight this war for our freedom, let us decide that war fatigue, it will not take place in our transatlantic community. So, of course, my speech today cannot only be about Israel and about Ukraine, because we also have to talk about NATO in the future. With Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the security situation has changed dramatically for all of us. For decades, we have taken the European security architecture for granted. Now we see, of course, our security is not forgiven, it's not set in stone, and at the same time, we are facing several other challenges. Terrorism, increasing tensions globally, climate change, food insecurity, fragile institutions. And in this complex landscape, our unity, our transatlantic unity, cannot and must not be taken for granted. So we need to build an even stronger NATO to deter Russia and to make us more resilient to future threats. First of all, we have to strengthen our collective defense. In Madrid, we took some very important steps forward. A year later in Vilnius, we made sure that we are on track. And with this year's historic accession of Finland, and hopefully soon our brotherland Sweden, our alliance will be stronger and more secure. Both countries have been close partners to NATO, and they will, of course, be good allies in the future as well. With the entire Nordic region united in NATO, our collective security will increase. That also goes into the High North. Unfortunately, Russia's military forces remain largely intact, unfortunately. And therefore, we have to step up, all of us. We have to work closely with our Arctic allies to improve our awareness and presence in the north. We have also increased our presence along the eastern flank, having more boots and equipment on the ground. That's important. I think it's quite clear to all of us that strengthening our collective defense will require more of all Europeans. We have to take a bigger responsibility for our own security. And that is why many allies, including Denmark, has rapidly increased defense spending. And that leads me to my second point. We need to make sure, and this will not be an easy task, that we have the weapons and the forces suited for the new security situation. It will not be an easy task to transform our increased defense spending into ships and drones, ammunition, technology, and of course more soldiers. So we have to coordinate more in NATO and within the European Union. Since the war started in Ukraine, I have to say that the European Union have proven itself more effective when it comes to deliver in crisis than I guess any of us thought. We need to make long-term investments in our European defense industries. We have to secure ammunition. We have to strengthen our domestic production. Let me be very clear. NATO is the cornerstone of our collective security. And you will never hear me to suggest anything that goes up against that. NATO is the cornerstone, but at the same time, we have to do more in Europe. It is not a competition. So it starts and it ends with NATO, but inside Europe and inside the European Union, we have to do more. And that brings me to my third point. With rising tensions, global tensions, we all need to broaden and to deepen our partnerships with the rest of the world. And as members of parliaments, you have a very important job here. The war in Ukraine has made it very clear that we do not necessarily have the global will that we thought we had. On the African continent, many nations were already facing huge challenges before the war. Conflicts, death, poverty. And here we need to understand that the war in Ukraine was a crisis on top of a crisis, causing inflation. You all know about energy and food insecurity. And to be very honest with you, I can understand why some nations in Africa and other places look at Western support for Ukraine and wonder, where is Europe when it comes to our problems or our crisis? So we need to engage much more globally. We have to deepen existing partnerships and we have to make new partnerships. That is why it is such a good idea that when we meet at NATO gatherings as leaders, that South Korea, that Japan, that Australia and New Zealand are there. We have to build new ones with reliable international partners, not only in Africa, but also in Latin America and in Asia. To say it very directly, we need all the friends we can get, and empty promises will not do. It is time to really engage, to listen and to deliver results. Otherwise, the once universal international rules will become less universal, and we will become more isolated. And here the European Union has an important role to play when it comes to Balkans and when it comes to NATO's southern flank. We have to build a much stronger relationship between the African Union and the European Union. This is a reality we don't understand yet. If we are to meet the threats of tomorrow, it is crucial that it is in NATO that we are able to innovate and invest in the emerging technologies. Of course, as a Dane, we are very proud. I'm very proud to be the home of Niels Bohr Institute, founded more than 100 years ago. It is today one of the world's leading actors in the field of quantum technology. I will not claim I understand it totally, but I understand that this will change our world. Last month, we hosted a summit on this very issue together with the Secretary General. I have to say to you, quantum is a field with mind-blowing potential, but also with enormous risk and security threats. We have to ensure that it will work for us and not against us. And we need to form a strong and a trusted transatlantic community. I think with Diana we have a good foundation to build on, but we need to cooperate much more. We have to invest much more. As democratic and free nations, we have to engage with each other and share our knowledge to build trust and actually to pave the way for a NATO quantum security. I have to finish up now. I know you have a long agenda in front of you, and to end where I began, none of us can predict the future. We know that it will be more insecure than what we thought it would be. And therefore, we have to prepare for it. And we have to engage much more. The Kingdom of Denmark, including our honored colleagues from Greenland and Faroe Islands, is steadfast in our commitment to this. For almost 75 years, NATO have protected our freedom and our way of life. And it is because of NATO the transatlantic alliance is as strong as it is. To finalize, there's no room to be naive anymore. We were too naive about Russia too long. We cannot be naive when it comes to China. Russia's war in Ukraine has shown that we are still dependent on our ability to defend ourselves and to deter threats. But above all this, to end on a positive note, it has shown how much we are capable of. When we stand united and stand up for the ideas and values upon which we founded this great alliance, to protect our democracies, freedom, and the rule of law. Thank you, and good luck with your important work.
Prime Minister, thank you for your remarks and for coming to speak us today. Thank you for your declarations and your support for the alliance and for NATO. Now it's my great honor to welcome His Excellency Mr. Volodymyr Zelenskyy, the President of Ukraine. Invasion. Our goal must be to help Ukraine win, not merely to defend itself. Today we will again adopt a resolution calling for more assistance for Ukraine now and for supporting Ukraine's reconstruction for the long term. Ukraine belongs to NATO, and this Assembly will continue to help Ukraine on its path to full membership. Thank you again for joining our meeting, Mr. President. You now have the floor.
Assembly and dear Mette, Madam Prime Minister of Denmark, ladies and gentlemen, we live in times when evil is trying to open a chasm between all of us and our desire for peace, our common desire. And this chasm is growing every day. It is deepened by terror, and the more blood, and pain there is in different parts of the world. And the more countries are destabilized by evil, and the more losses nations suffer, and the more people find themselves in the midst of the rising tide of new migration and other crises, the more difficult it will be to maintain international order, a rules-based order. The only thing that can guarantee peace and serenity to all nations, rules, international law. We see who in the world is trying to replace the power of international law with a horror of blood and disasters. We see whose deliberate investments in terror are destroying the lives of different peoples in a vast area from Belarus to Mali. And we see these, and we must act united. These days, our attention is focused on the Middle East. No one can ever forget what the terrorists did in Israel. Thousands of missiles against peaceful cities, shooting people in cars on the roads, men, women, children. No one was spared. Streets covered in blood, hostages. The terrorists themselves gave the world footage of the atrocities and were proud of them. Women who were beaten, elderly people who were kidnapped from their homes, abducted children, and we do not yet know how many people were captured and brutally taken away by the terrorists. They even tried to humiliate the dead by mocking their bodies. And we saw all of this in Israel. And the Israelis themselves, Israeli journalists who were here in Ukraine, who were in Bucha, are now saying that they saw the same evil where Russia came. The same evil. And the only difference is that there is a terrorist organization that attacked Israel. And here is a terrorist state that attacked Ukraine. The intentions declared are different, but the essence is the same. You see it. You see the same blood on the streets. You see the same civilian cars shot up. You see the same bodies of people who have been tortured. And the most dangerous are, I think, two things. First, the shocking joy of state-backed Russian propagandists. Just imagine, they call children who are now being held hostage by terrorists in Gaza as trophies. Such a word, just as Russia has captured thousands of Ukrainian children during its aggression against Ukraine. And the second is backing of what is going on. Iran can't say it has nothing to do with what is going on in Ukraine if it sells shaheeds to Russia. Iran can't say it has nothing to do with what is going on in Israel if its officials claim the support of what is going on in Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, how far can such evil go? No further than we allow it to. Our unity must and can stop the evil. Our desire for peace, not their desire for blood, should determine how the world lives. Our rule-based international order, and not their attempts to make death a rule. Sometimes terrorist leaders say, what are the rules on which the international order is based? As if they do not understand. And these are very simple rules, very simple. Do not rape women. Do not kill. Do not consider children as trophies. Do not fill cities and villages with blood. And do not shoot cars with civilians. Do not hit peaceful cities with missiles and drones. And one more rule, under any circumstances, we must bring to justice all terrorists and all those who help them. Isn't the power of the world enough to stop the evil? I'm sure it is. And now everyone in the world who values life and international peace needs to be as active as possible. This is not the time to withdraw from the international arena into internal disputes. This is not the time to isolate ourselves. This is not the time to remain silent or pretend that terror on one continent does not affect global affairs. Everyone can help prevent the chasm between the world and peace from widening. Europe should be active. The United States should be active. China, India, Arab states should feel how much can collapse if they allow terrorists to achieve their goals. Turkey, Brazil, and all of Latin America, Japan, Australia, Canada, African countries, Central Asian countries, Korea, Pakistan, Indonesia, the Caribbean, the Pacific states, everyone should be active in the defense of life and international law. We must not give terror a single chance. Ukraine is grateful to everyone who has supported us in our defense against terror. And I thank every country, every leader, all the nations that are with us. Those who help us with air defense and everything else. This is especially important now, before the winter, which Russia will try to make painful for us. And I thank all of you who are working with us to implement the peace formula. All areas of our cooperation lead to one thing: to ensure that the UN Charter is fully effective in protecting Ukraine and our entire Europe from terror and aggression. And if it works here, it will work anywhere in the world. If there are real global sanctions for any sponsorship of terror, terror will lose. If the world unites whenever someone takes women hostage and kidnap the children of another nation, terror will have no allies. If the one attacked by terrorists receives all the weapons it needs to protect its people, international law will be the only force that will determine how the world lives. And the world will live in peace. This is our common goal. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge your states and parliaments to be even more active for the sake of global unity. Let everyone who sponsors terror feel the power of our rest, and let everyone who needs help defending themselves against terror feel the power of our solidarity. We must all be able to promise our children that we will leave them a world ruled not by blood shed by evil, but by freedom guaranteed by law. Thank you very much for your attention. Thanks for support. Slava Ukraini. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Mr. President, we respect you a lot and thank you for your remarks and thank you for speaking to us today. I would like to add on behalf of our Assembly, Slava Ukraini! Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, second important guest from Ukraine, it's now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Ruslan Stefanchuk, Chairman of the Verkhovna Rada. Dear Ruslan, it is always a pleasure to see you. You are at the home in this assembly. Over the past 3 days, we have again strengthened our support for the Verkhovna Rada, and we have reaffirmed our unwavering support for Ukraine until victory. Mr. Chairman, you now have the floor.
Dear Madam Prime Minister, dear colleagues and friends, first of all, I would like to thank my dear colleague, the chairman of Folketing of Denmark, Mr. Søren, for the invitation to come to Copenhagen. Unfortunately, I had to change the participation format. However, I am convinced that our delegation will represent the Ukraine Parliament with dignity and responsibility in these difficult times. Nevertheless, I am pleased to address the esteemed Parliamentary Assembly. I would like to start by thanking the outgoing President, Ms. Maylam, dear Joel. I'm glad that Ukraine has such a reliable friend, and I appreciate that under your presidency, the Assembly adopted many greatly important decisions for the future of Ukraine. I also look forward to congratulating the new president of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, who will lead the Assembly in the face of serious challenges for the European Atlantic community. And I wish the new president strength and persistence. And of course, I convey my heartfelt gratitude to the entire Assembly for your unwavering support to my country against the backdrop of Russia's unjust and brutal full-scale invasion, which has already been ongoing for almost 20 months. But before I share my thoughts with you on the matter of Euro-Atlantic cooperation and unity, let me express words of solidarity with Israel people and state who have suffered a brutal terrorist attack. Evil, no matter where it manifests itself in aggression against Ukraine or attack on Israel, must be punished in all its formats. Dear friends, I'm sure you are keeping a close eye on the Ukrainian counteroffensive and the difficulties our armed forces are facing. Russians have built strong defense lines and mined large areas. This seriously deters the gradual advancement to the Ukraine armed forces. I'm confident that everyone in this room wishes Ukraine to win, wishes Europe to win, wishes democracy to win. But from the other side, Russia still hopes to win this war of attrition. Ukrainians are ready for such a development, who are stable and united. We will not give up our choice to be part of the democratic world. I know that the democratic world is just as ready to support Ukraine. I know that you are aware that losing the war will mean further aggression and the expansion of the dictatorship. Therefore, I believe that we will increase efforts for joint victory. This assembly also contributes to victory. I am convinced that parliaments must find the basis for the future security pillars of the world. This is our task as representatives of our voters. I'm glad that the Parliamentary Assembly, during its last plenary in Luxembourg, recognized Ukraine's significant contribution to Euro-Atlantic security. You emphasized that Ukraine's rightful place was in the Euro-Atlantic family and called on the Vilnius summit to agree on the next significant step towards Ukraine's NATO membership. My words of thanks are also to the national parliaments, which also made their calls in support of Ukraine's membership in NATO. After the NATO summit in Vilnius, we should already start thinking about how we will together approach the NATO summit in Washington. Our goal is to achieve maximum progress and to be invited to join NATO at the next summit, where the alliance will celebrate its 75th anniversary. We encourage allies to reach a consensus on this matter. I call on everyone in this room to contribute to building such a consensus. Every voice matters. In this regard, we will appreciate the consolidated voting of the Assembly, encouraging the allied government to support the decision to invite Ukraine to join NATO at the Washington summit. Dear colleagues, we know that our pace to NATO is going through the reforms. In line with the spirit of the Vilnius summit decisions, we remain committed to the reforms agenda, which helps Ukraine move forward to NATO membership and strengthen our defense capabilities and interoperability with the alliance. Of course, the first thing we talk about is the implementation of NATO standard by the armed force of Ukraine. Everyone understands today that the Ukrainian armed force is modern army that is being transformed directly on the battlefield. On the other hand, that complies with the standards of democracy and human rights. This is where we are moving and achieving reforms that are not only required for the joining NATO or the European Union, but also the ones that Ukrainians need. Dear friends, I wish you a fruitful plenary session, and I strongly believe that one of the next session of the Assembly will be held in Ukraine. You remember that this was our initial plan, but due to hard circumstances, including the Russian invasion, we had to postpone it twice. So I invite you to Ukraine right now, and I'm sure that the necessary conditions for such a session will be met very, very soon. Thank you all for your attention, and glory to Ukraine. Slava Ukraini!
Glory to Ukraine and Slava Ukraini. For sure, our assembly will come to Kiev one day, and we will have our session in this beautiful city of Ukraine. I would like to thank also for the presence of the Ukrainian delegation here in Copenhagen. We had a very good meetings at the standing committee and at the committee meetings. I would like to thank Yehor, Solomia and the other part of the delegation for the excellent work and for cooperation. We will have a great resolution on Ukraine that will be adopted today. Thank you, Ruslan, and thank you for your presence. Now it's time to welcome His Excellency Ambassador Mircea, the Deputy Secretary General of NATO. Mircea, I want to thank you for your active engagement with our Assembly, which we greatly appreciate. Our exchanges are even more important at this crucial time when we must remain steadfast in our support for Ukraine and continue to profound adaptation of our alliance. So, Mircea, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, dear Michal, Mr. Speaker, Excellencies, General LAVIGNE, ladies and gentlemen. It is my greatest pleasure to be with you all today. I always feel at home with the NATO Parliamentary Assembly as a former delegate myself. Secretary General, myself and our teams are looking forward to interacting with all of you also in the future. I would like to thank our host, the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, the Danish Parliament, and the Danish delegation. Denmark indeed plays a key role in our alliance. Your fighter jets patrol the east of the alliance. Your Danish troops are deployed on the eastern flank. You contribute importantly to our maritime deployments from the high north to the Mediterranean. And you're a driving force behind NATO's innovation agenda. Indeed, Secretary General Stoltenberg was recently here with Prime Minister FREDERIKSEN to speak at the conference on quantum and to open a NATO deep tech lab for quantum technologies as part of GEOANA. Denmark also provides Ukraine with vital economic and military aid. NATO has, is, and will always rely on Denmark. Now, a few words also from our side to the situation in Israel. We are shocked and appalled by the terrorist attacks by Hamas against our NATO partner, the State of Israel. Over the last 2 days, we have seen thousands of rockets fired into Israel, indiscriminate attacks on civilians, as well as mass kidnapping. I utterly condemn these unjustifiable and murderous acts. Our thoughts are with the victims, their loved ones, and the people of Israel. Israel has a right and responsibility to defend itself and its citizens. I'm also deeply concerned that the citizens of many other countries, including several NATO allies, are among the killed, wounded, or kidnapped ones. The national authorities concerned are doing all they can to help their citizens in such a difficult situation. I was in Israel just 2 weeks back. I met with the President, the Prime Minister, the government. I met the young entrepreneurs. I met the people of Israel. I know that they have all the energy and the talent, and the future of Israel will continue to be bright. And I know that this country will overcome this difficult situation. And I applaud and thank all the other leaders who have expressed the same words of condemnation and support. It was also an honor to follow President Zelenskyy and my good friend Ruslan STEFANCHUK, the chairman of the Verkhovna Rada, in this meeting here in Copenhagen. Last week, I chaired a meeting of the new NATO-Ukraine Council, where we're working together as equals to take forward decisions taken at LAVIGNE summit, and indeed preparing the decisions for the Washington summit of next year. Later this week, the NUK will meet for the first time at the level of defense ministers with Minister Umerov. The free world stands with Ukraine. NATO stands with Ukraine. And I stand with Ukraine. The rightful place, thank you. And I hear only the same words of commitment from all of us, that the rightful place of Ukraine as an independent sovereign nation is with the Euro-Atlantic family and as a full member of our alliance. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine is heading towards its second winter, and our continued support is more important than ever. From air defenses for their cities and infrastructure, to fuel, food, and warm clothing for their people, we will not waver. For to do so would hand Putin and the forces of tyranny a huge and terrifying victory. Putin wants to wipe Ukraine from the map. And why? For the delusional idea of recreating a great Russian empire. Spheres of influence and wars of aggression have no place in the 21st century. So we must support the fearless Ukrainian forces in their defense of freedom and liberty, also of our freedom and liberty. Together, allies have provided Ukraine with tens of billions worth of high-end military equipment, from anti-tank weapons to advanced artillery, as well as tanks, missiles, and air defense systems, and soon F-16s. I'd like to thank Denmark and the Netherlands and many other allies for leading these efforts. Through NATO's comprehensive assistance plan, allies have also pledged over 500 million euros for short-term critical non-lethal aid, including fuel, winter clothing, medical supplies, and demining equipment. At the Vilnius summit this year, allies have also agreed a comprehensive program for ensuring that the Ukrainian armed forces are becoming fully interoperable with NATO. This is a strong and enduring message of hope for the troops on the front lines, for the millions of Ukrainian families displaced from their homes, and for the children of Ukraine who deserve to grow up in a free country, able to follow their dreams and live the lives they choose. Ukraine is pressing forward. Every meter Ukraine regains is a meter that Russia loses. And success is more important than speed. The war is not only a threat to Ukraine, but also to our own security in Europe and to the entire rule-based international order. So in response to a dangerous world, we are massively boosting our own deterrence and defense, including with new defense plans, 300,000 troops on higher readiness, backed by substantial air and naval power, and multinational battle groups stationed from Estonia all the way to Romania and Bulgaria. We are also ramping up the production of weapons and ammunition through the NATO Support and Procurement Agency, which, by the way, is lending technical support for a similar agency in Ukraine as we speak. Allies and partners have signed contracts worth of 2.4 billion euros to increase ammunition stocks, including 1 billion euros of firm orders. We are investing far more in defense. 2023 will be the 9th consecutive year of defense spending increases across European allies and Canada. We expect a real increase of 8.3%, the biggest increase in decades. 11 allies now spend 2% of GDP on defense, a number that will rise next year. Indeed, at the NATO summit in Vilnius in July, all allies committed to spending at least 2% to step up their efforts immediately. We are also stepping up our deterrence on all fronts, countering disinformation, cyber and other hybrid attacks, strengthening the resilience of our societies, and our critical infrastructure, including undersea critical infrastructure. And we are aggressively investing in new technologies. I chair the Innovation Board in NATO, working with industry, with startups, with academia, and the whole innovation ecosystem to maintain our technological edge and drive a digital transformation of our militaries. And together with Diana, we are very proud that we are the first organization to put forward and to launch a multinational sovereign venture capital fund, which is the innovation fund of NATO, the first of its kind. And not the size of the fund is important, but the signal we send to our startups, our young innovators, all across this great alliance of ours. And I also want to recognize here one of NATO's strategic commands, Allied Command Transformation, ACT Norfolk, Virginia, which is leading NATO's digital transformation. And let me use this opportunity to recognize a great military leader, General Philippe Lavigne, NATO's Supreme Allied Commander Transformation, who you will hear from later. Cher Philippe, mon général, tous nos
Philippe, my General, we recognize your work.
We have just published strategies on artificial intelligence and autonomy. We are working on ones for other key technologies, quantum, biotechnology, human enhancement, space, new materials, and every single new policy from NATO on emerging disruptive technologies are having and will always have an ethical dimension of their use. Together with the European Union and other partners around the world, we can set the standards, not only for us keeping the technological edge, but to be able to make sure that our democratic values and societies are reflected in the way we use these technologies, particularly in national security and defense. European Union is a key partner. Other nations and organizations are partners in this great effort. As we head towards the next summit, our anniversary summit in Washington, D.C. in next July, we'll continue to further strengthen our support to Ukraine, boost our deterrence and defense, follow through on allies' new commitments on defense spending, and work more closely and more practically with our partners. NATO is and will always be a regional alliance, but we face global challenges. So our partnerships are a vital part of our security. Here in Europe, the Republic of Moldova and Georgia have Russian troops on their soil without their consent, while they and Bosnia and Herzegovina suffer intense disinformation campaigns, electoral interference, and cyber attacks at Russia's hand. All the tools of hybrid warfare that are deployed also against NATO allies and our democracies. In Kosovo, tensions remain high. In May, 93 KFOR troops were injured during protests in northern Kosovo. Last month, a Kosovo police officer was killed. This is totally unacceptable. Violence risks setting back the whole region. In response, NATO has deployed hundreds of additional troops to Kosovo, including from the United Kingdom and Romania. KFOR works to maintain a safe and secure environment and freedom of movement for all communities in Kosovo. To the south, our partners in Africa and the Middle East face the ever-present threat of terrorism, but also a growing Russian and Chinese influence. And further afield, we are developing far closer ties to our partners in the Indo-Pacific region to counter strategic competition from China. Next year would also mark 30 years since the establishment of our Mediterranean dialogue format and 20 years since the establishment of our Istanbul cooperation format. We have to pay a special attention to our partnerships, focusing on the South, as we also have to help our vulnerable partners. The Washington Summit will have a strong emphasis on our partnerships, as we should do. I want to thank each of you, and through you, your national parliaments, and through you, to your citizens, for strengthening this alliance, for investing in our interest and defense, for supporting Ukraine, and standing with our partners. As parliamentarians, you shape the debate, you hold your governments to account. In many cases, you control the purse strings. We cannot do this without your support. Earlier this year, you ratified accession to NATO of Finland. Thank you for that. And we look forward, and we are working relentlessly to welcoming Sweden into our alliance soon. Later this month, in yet another example of how Sweden is integrating into our alliance, it will host the NATO Industry Forum in Stockholm. One of Putin's aims in fighting this war was to have less NATO. He has failed utterly. Instead, he has achieved the exact opposite, dramatically more NATO. Dear friends, we face a fundamental challenge, not only to our nations and our peoples, but also to our values, to the things that make us who we are. We are not a military alliance. We're not even a political military alliance. We are a fundamental alliance based on our values of freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. This is what we are. This we all should defend. And this is something that also authoritarian regimes see our values not only something to aspire to, but also as a threat. That's why a free and democratic Ukraine is a direct threat to Putin's regime. Many of you in this room, especially from the newer members, not everyone is a founding member like Denmark or Norway, and I'm happy that Sweden, Finland are coming to join the other two Nordic nations. But many of us, including myself, from the newer members, we have lived under the Iron Curtain. We know what tyranny, dictatorship, and communism is all about. We should tell more directly to our young generations that this is the most appalling experience a human being can be exposed to. Never, never again. And I think my friends from the newer member states of our alliance will be telling this story, as I know it as our newest member, Finland, and soon Sweden, will tell also our partners in the south why they really decided, after years or centuries of neutrality, to join our alliance and to counter the propaganda and fake news that Russia is spreading all around about this. Living in open, free, democratic societies is a blessing, and this alliance is also about protecting our way of life. So thank you so much for everything you do. I wish Michal the best of success, and I know that the Q&A will be always merciless, like always. Thank you so much.
Mr. Deputy Secretary General and dear Mircea, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for putting the meaning of partnerships very high. I want to say that yesterday the Standing Committee has decided to strengthen our partnerships in many aspects. So we follow your recommendation. And now, anyone who would like to ask the Deputy Secretary General a question after his address, please raise your hand as soon as possible. I should warn you that we already have a large number of questions. It is highly unlikely that I will be able to go through all the questions. I will set a 1.5 minute time limit for questions, and I encourage you to keep your questions as short as possible so that more delegates can participate, and the questions will end at 11:35. We will start the question session. The first is Nicu Falcoi, Romania, Vice President.
În primul rând, bună ziua și mă bucur să vă revăd. Dear Mr. Deputy Secretary General, NATO has the first alliance to develop its concept of ensuring military technological superiority in the face of hybrid threats, developments of disruptive technologies, and the development of strategic industrial partnership with competitors such as China. The alliance has been at the forefront of the race of maintain of a strategic advantage in various cutting-edge areas. The war in Ukraine and the latest incident at the borders of Romania and Moldova regarding the debris of fallen missiles and drones raised the following question. All allies that share a border with Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova as a partner face the need to develop an integrated and interoperable alert system for threats against vectors such as drones or drone debris. What can NATO do about it? How can we better coordinate with Ukraine to reduce the risk of these drone debris? Thank you.
Thank you, Nico. I'll group the questions and I will ask for the next three questions. Julie Jerovic, Canada, Head of Delegation, Mimi Kodeli, Albania, Head of Delegation, and Theo Frankel, Belgium, Head of Delegation. Julie.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And I just want to start off by also indicating very strongly that Canada unequivocally condemns the multi-front terrorist attack against Israeli citizens by Hamas. As Prime Minister Frederiksen said this morning, there's absolutely nothing that justifies this violence. So wanted to start off with that. Deputy Secretary General, thank you so much for being with us today. It means a lot to us to have you here with us. We know that in July, the Black Sea grain deal was not continued. And we know that food insecurity continues to increase. And my question to you is, can you talk to us about what steps are being taken to find a way to move forward on finding a new Black Sea grain deal? Thank you.
Thank you, Julie, Mimi, and Theo.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Deputy Sec Gem. I'm very pleased to have you here again. Well, first of all, I would like to admit that Albania firmly condemned the barbarian terrorist attacks on the Israelis, and we are all together, same will to fight against terrorism. As we are talking terrorism, I think that terrorist attacks happen in our region as well. Not far from here, not far from today. So I will come to the question. As we all know, NATO has added more KFOR troops on the Kosovo territory. In my opinion, we are present with troops everywhere just because we failed diplomacy, negotiations, talks, discussions. So we fail human approach. After so many years, I would like to have, instead of shrinking, instead of shrinking the number of troops, we're adding more troops in the Balkans. So more precisely in Kosovo territory. So do you have any plan? It's my question. And if so, to share with us for how many more years this mission will stand, and we need more and more troops rather than, going on the other direction, just having less and less troops there, so we can solve the problems in a very peaceful way, as we all would like to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Secretary General. Thank you for your speech and your warm words of support for Ukraine and Israel. And Belgium absolutely condemns the awful terrorist attacks from Hamas to innocent Israeli citizens, women, children, cruel attacks of the last days. President Zelenskyy, he said today, we need to keep fighting against evil, Deputy Secretary General. And he made a parallel between Ukraine and Israel. It brought the president to one crucial insight: the evil role of the Ayatollah regime in Iran. They are delivering shaheeds to Russia. They are financing terrorist organizations like Hamas and Hezbollah. And I ask you in Luxembourg, and I ask you again, when will NATO take a firm stance against the Islamic Republic of Iran? We need to put the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard, on the terror list. We need to increase sanctions against the IRGC and this cruel regime of Ayatollahs and mullahs. What is the stance of NATO in this Iran question? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the questions. First of all, thank you for reconfirming our strong support for Israel and the condemnation of these terrorist and murderous attacks. To Nicu Fălcoi, and thank you so much, mulțumesc pentru întrebare. In Vilnius, our leaders also approved, upon the exceptional work of our military commanders, the most ambitious and transformative deterrence and defense planning, force structure, command and control, multi-domain operations, including air and missile defense systems. And I applaud our Baltic allies for encouraging and pushing forward for also a rotational air and missile defense systems, especially on the eastern flank. So my answer is that now we have to make those plans executable, implementing them, putting also the money where our mouth is, and making sure that our military leaders and also our political leaders, all of us, are basically just implementing what we decided. The three regional plans, Nordic, Central Europe and Southern Europe, and in the case of Romania and the Black Sea, that's Black Sea and Mediterranean Sea. We are working with Admiral Munch, we are working with our SACT, we are working with governments in the region. I also want to applaud the decisions by Italy in their battle group they lead in Bulgaria, and our French allies in what they do in Romania, because this Black Sea situation continues to be complex. So my answer is we have to invest more, and if we fully implement our regional plans, all these concerns that are legitimate will be taken care. And this is something I know that my home country of Romania will also be actively participating in. Julie, thank you so much for the question on the Black Sea grain deal and the. You know, Russia is such a systematic, barbaric player that we know that in wintertime they try to destroy the energy infrastructures of Ukraine, and in summertime they try to destroy another big component of its national security and also its economy, which is the agro-industrial production and exports. So this is why NATO and allies have stepped up our surveillance over the Black Sea, including with patrol aircraft, reconnaissance drones. We also welcome Turkey's constant efforts to revitalize the grain deal, of course with the support of UN, and also the massive supports by allies in the region, Romania, Bulgaria, and others, that are making significant efforts to substitute the volumes of the Black Sea grain exports through land, railroad, and Danube. And there's no surprise, knowing the pattern of Russian behavior or misbehavior, that they are attacking the Ukrainian Danube, maritime Danube ports. And that's why also in Romania, neighboring Romania, and also neighboring Bulgaria, there are these issues. So we constantly try to help allies mobilize their resources and provide them with ISR, intelligence, and the protection they need. Also, I'd like to thank the European Union for being such an active part in making sure that alternative routes are available to our Ukrainian friends and their exports. From our friends from Albania, first of all, let me remind all the colleagues of the massive Iranian attacks against Albania when they are hosting a meeting of the opposition to the Iranian regime. This leads also to the next question. And this is also an indication why we should do a much better job as NATO to strengthen our cyber defenses. And that's why we created new political instruments in NATO, not only the third foreign ministers meeting per year, informal, but also a national cyber coordinators meeting every year, massively important. For the first time ever, a national resilience coordinators annual meeting in NATO, and also we're very happy that the national security advisors of NATO are meeting once a year. So just to tell you that we are looking into this. When it comes to KFOR, of course, it's frustrating to see that after decades, basically, the situation in the region becomes remains so fragile. But our role as KFOR, and by the way, we are the third responder there. It's EULEX, and of course the authorities there. And I want to thank again UK and Romania for deploying additional 600 troops. And these are only prudent steps for KFOR to have the forces, capabilities and flexibility necessary to fulfill our UN mandate, and also to maintain, and this is something we are very, very much insisting on. And now there is a new commander of KFOR that is taking command over, I think, this very week. And our Italian allies have done this before, and our Turkish allies will be doing this. Also, Denmark has been doing Iraq for us brilliantly a few years back. So what we're trying to make sure is that we keep our impartiality in the eyes of the local population. There's no other solution than de-escalation and the EU-led facilitated dialogue for finding a durable solution. It's not up to NATO to decide on the political side, but we'll stay with KFOR as long as it takes, and adapting our force according to the situation. And we hope to achieve lasting peace and stability for all communities in Kosovo. And as a Romanian this time, I know, as I mentioned for Ukraine and for the Republic of Moldova and for Georgia, that their place is with us. The full Western Balkans should also be with us as full-fledged members of the European and Euro-Atlantic family, and I know this will take place. Sooner or later this will take place. This is the solution, to have all of us, all of our democracies together, irrespective of how difficult sometimes the scars of the past will be there with us. To our Belgian friends, I think President Zelenskyy put it quite convincingly, like always. And of course, we are concerned about Iran's destabilizing activity, its support for terrorists. As you know, we have a NATO mission in Iraq that is also very, very important to our Iraqi partners. And it's clear that his nuclear program is of utmost concern. So we call on Iran to fulfill its legal obligations under the Non-Proliferation Treaty, support for sanctions. And let me tell you something which is outside of the script that Zilke is pushing me. There is also something quite important happening in the Middle East. And this is something that NATO doesn't have a direct role into, but we are cognizant of the fact that the Abraham Accords is a massive transformation of the regional architecture and I'm not here to have suppositions, but I'm just while visiting Israel recently and seeing the meeting between President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu on the UN General Assembly margins, that the idea of a deal between Israel, Saudi Arabia and the US would also be a game changer. And this is probably also one of the calculations of Iran in making sure that this thing does not happen. It's not up to me to speculate, but I'm just saying that this is something which is also a massive potential transformation of the architecture in the Middle East. And thank you for, also I remember the question in Luxembourg. In Sofia, we'll see what will happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mircea. And now we'll go to the next group of speakers. The first is Jerry Connolly, United States, our former President of NATO PA. Second is Andronius Azubalis, Lithuania. And third, Ante Bacic from Croatia. Jerry, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mircea, welcome back. And let me just say how much we appreciate your commitment to and support for and advocacy for this body. And I'm sure having been a member of this body helps. But it really is important that there be an organic relationship between the parliamentarians who represent the constituent members of NATO and NATO itself. And I think you've been a key part of that bridge, and we really appreciate it. And we appreciate your availability to us always. You know, when we hear from NATO spokespeople, up to and including the Secretary General, even though one member of NATO has so far blocked Sweden's accession to this body, nobody feels self-conscious about saying, and we hope soon, Sweden will be a member. This body had one concrete recommendation to the Madrid summit: create a Center for Democratic Resilience. Time to move beyond rhetoric and create architecture. The Congress of the United States passed a resolution supporting that. We don't often pass resolutions on NATO-related matters, but we did on that one, on a bipartisan basis. So help me understand why we can talk about Sweden being a member of this body as it should be, irrespective of the fact that one member of the body is blocking it. And 30 of 31 ambassadors have agreed to the idea of creating a Center for Democratic Resilience, but we never hear NATO officials embrace that idea, even though only one member now stands between us and that idea. When are we going to start to hear from the Secretary General down the embracing of what we all say we subscribe to, shared democratic values? When are we going to put that into concrete action by actually creating architecture to operationalize that, to promote that, to defend it, to advocate for it? Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Andronius.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Dear Deputy Secretary, my question is not a new one, but still relevant. We have been talking about invitation to Ukraine to join NATO, based on Ukraine meeting certain standards and fulfilling certain conditions. Could you tell who and when will develop the concrete list of these conditionalities? Thank you.
Thank you, Andronius. And
Mr. President, thank you. Dear Mr. Deputy Secretary General, 2 weeks ago, in one of the worst confrontations since Kosovo declared independence, a terrorist unit opened fire on a Kosovo police patrol and killed an officer. A few days later, Kosovo's interior minister accused Serbia of direct involvement in the shootout and told the press that Kosovo's authorities investigate the possibility of Russians' involvement in the violence. In addition, Kosovo's Minister of Foreign Affairs has even warned that such terrorist actions could even trigger and ignite a new war in the region, which would cause catastrophic consequences in the border, for the border European security and stability. I think we are taking Kosovo's problem and this terrorist attack very easily. You answered about KFOR already, but as a NATO, we are a bit lagging behind, and the other side, be it Russia itself or whoever, or some proxy of Russia, fuels the confrontation there and actually knows how to run asymmetric operations and how to undermine NATO as a security provider in the region. You know this region very well, so I would like for your comment about this situation. Thank you.
Thank you again to President Connolly. You know how much Secretary General, myself, all our teams, we are taking the issue of the values of this alliance, not only to the letter, but also to the very spirit of that thing. And of course, sometimes consensus-based organizations have their own specific way to operate. And this is something that we cannot substitute, the lack of consensus on any policy in NATO. But I can say again and again that in everything we do, even short of formalizing the recommendations of this great body. And we hope that this consensus would and could be reached. We are doing everything we can in making sure that the values part is embodied in everything we do, from building integrity to women, peace and security, from human security to everything we do. This is who we are. And this is not just an answer, a Q&A session here. This is who we are. We profoundly believe in the values that are underpinning our alliance. And we hope that we'll be able to find the consensus to move things forward. And of course, there was also a remark about the Washington summit. 75th anniversary of the foundation of the most successful alliance in history. We are so successful not only because we are strong in terms of defense, but also because we're united because of our values. So please consider that myself and our Secretary General, we are doing everything we can to encourage consensus and make sure that we distill in everything we do the fundamental values of our organization. Speaking of Sweden and the accession of Finland, in Madrid, both countries, both new candidate countries were given candidate status in Madrid in record time. And I have to say, because he's not here, the Secretary General played a personal immense role in putting all the players together, and he spent hours, long hours in Madrid itself to forge this consensus. The same thing happened in Vilnius. And I know that we'll be sparing no effort to making sure that the two remaining allies that have not yet ratified a Swedish accession will be in the position to do that as soon as possible. And again, our Secretary General, myself, our teams will be sparing no effort to making sure that we'll have this 32nd member, Sweden, a great new ally amongst our ranks. This leads to the question of our Lithuanian friends about NATO membership for Ukraine. I remember spending hours with President Zelenskyy in Vilnius because, to be honest, he was not very happy with what we are about to decide. And we spent hours with him, and other leaders spent hours with him, telling him that this is the fact that we are moving from two steps enlargement, so no membership action plan, like Sweden and Finland are doing, to one. The creation of the Council, Ukraine-NATO Council, the fact that we are really working as equals. I'm telling you, it was a pleasure to see the Ukrainian representative sitting between Turkey and the UK, I think, alphabetically around the NATO table last week when I chaired. We are really going in that direction. It is not only a matter of conditions, technical conditions, because also Ukrainian friends and some of the allies say, let's not introduce additional bureaucratic checking boxes, because this is a political decision. We are all politicians here. This is a political decision. And when I mentioned in my speech fully interoperable with NATO, this is also a big component in that direction. I cannot say and prejudge when our leaders and you national parliaments will be in the situation to have consensus on this one, but I know that Ukraine is closer to us than ever, and I know that there are places with us. I also want to applaud European Union strategic courage and boldness in inviting Ukraine, Republic of Moldova, I hope also Georgia, and of course completing the work in the Western Balkans. This is also part of the trajectory of Ukraine. They are belonging with us, and I think we owe them everything we can to help them being with us also in formal legal terms. So thank you so much for that question. When it comes to the Croatian question, it's clear that the Balkans, the Western Balkans, are a part of European architecture where Russia plays a very perfidious and malign influence. We have no evidence, direct evidence, through our intelligence, at least at this point, that there is a direct connection between what happened recently in Kosovo and Russia per se. But it's clear that there is some form of coordination among national or non-state actors, like the ones we have seen perpetrating these attacks. We also know that our allies and our partners in the region, they need our help more than ever. Because this hybrid toolbox is used against the Republic of Moldova like never before, short of military intervention, and the second part is Western Balkans when they use this many things they have. So we're counting on our allies in the region who know the region well. I know the region well. I care about the region well. I remember being chair of the OSCE, helping our North Macedonian friends keep the country together, and look that they are with us today. I know that this region will also be part of our family. And we keep a very vigilant eye on all interferences and influences in the region. And thank you for the questions.
Thank you. Next group, Matej Tonin from Slovenia, Michal Friedbertsson from Iceland, and Anne Jeanette from France. Matej.
Thank you, President. Deputy Secretary General. So Ukraine, Israel, Nagorno-Karabakh, Kosovo, and many places in Africa are right now hotspots where conflicts are intensifying. Capable and strong defense forces are the best deterrence, and strong deterrence is the best guarantee for peace and prosperity. But for building strong and reliable deterrence, defense spending is crucial. In the past, we had a Well Summit where we promised each other that we will reach 2% of GDP until 2024. The result is only 11 members reached this goal. We had a summit in Vilnius where we promised each other that we will spend at least 2%. So, in accordance with the past experience, how we can believe that this time we will fulfill our promises? My question is, will NATO Secretariat develop a tool where it will be able to assess the realistic approach of member countries to reach this 2% goal?
Niall?
Yes. Over here, dear Mr. Deputy Secretary General, I'm the rapporteur of a report on the protection of critical maritime infrastructure. And the high north, the Arctic, is home to undersea cables that carry a significant amount of global data flows, as well as oil and gas extraction and transportation routes. These undersea cables and infrastructure are vital for the security and defense of NATO member states. Is the protection of our critical maritime infrastructure in the high north on NATO's radar screen, and what can be done to improve the protection of this infrastructure? Thank you.
Anne?
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be speaking in French. Thank you, Deputy Secretary General, for being here with us today. Allow me to say that the French delegation condemns in the strongest possible way the attacks of Hamas on the State of Israel, and we fully support the State of Israel. Mr. Deputy Secretary General, you mentioned the European Union on several occasions in your briefing. I'd like to ask you a question. Complementarity between NATO and the EU is essential to have decisive and sustainable support to Ukraine. Both organizations have demonstrated how their actions can have added value and mutually reinforce each other. NATO has focused on collective defense and deterrence and defense and stronger defense of its eastern flank and in the Western Mediterranean. The European Union has been able to mobilize sanctions, support to its partners, and the coordination of material support to Ukraine. On the 10th of January last, the third declaration between NATO and EU was signed, and this is my question, and it reaffirmed a more operational defense, strengthening global security and transatlantic link, and a need for interoperability with NATO. A roadmap to translate the commitments of that third declaration seems to have been sent to the NATO IS. Can you tell us when that roadmap will be implemented and what it will entail? Thank you.
Pour la question. First, to our Slovenian friends and allies, on defense spending. I'll give you a political/strategic answer. The difference between Wales and Vilnius is that the world has changed. That Prime Minister Frederiksen said that we are naive. Probably we thought that lasting peace is with us for decades. It was not. We all believed and we all collected the dividends of peace. That's why this big asymmetry between what our US allies and other allies will be doing for decades. This time is different, not only because our leaders undertook a solemn obligation in Vilnius, but because the situation requires that from us, to defend us, to help our Ukrainian partners, and to be able to cope with the new definition of security. It's a different world. And national security and defense costs money. And we just cannot do without that. And I know that this will be the case. As you know, the most, I would say, influential public tool the Secretary General has is the annual report on defense spending by all allies. It's public, 2% and 20%. I also have to say something which is not that in the headlines, that in our new cycle of NATO defense planning, our NDPP cycle, all these commitments, more forces, more technology, more multi-domain, more space and cyber, everything we'll do will be part of the NATO defense planning. This adds to the regional plans that we have approved in Vilnius, and also General LAVIGNE and his team are conducting the NWCC, which is the digital transformation and the adaptation of NATO to new technologies. So the only thing I'm not that concerned that allies will not be living up to their commitment. The concern that we should have that we spend the taxpayers' money properly, efficiently, and coherently. And not only as allies individually, but as an alliance collectively. And this is also economy of scale. This is also better spending. And this is why we are so confident that this alliance all allies will be living up to their commitments. But also not only invest 2% or more. Poland, it's impressive. Or Iceland. They have no military forces, but they are so active in supporting Ukraine with military transport, with infrastructures that they host. So all of us will need to do a better job. We'll have more money, but we have to make sure that that money, which is difficult money from our taxpayers, is spent properly, wisely, and coherently. And I know that NATO will play its role in making sure that this really happens. To our Icelandic friends and allies, I'm very grateful to Norway and Germany when they came forward, I think one year ago, Silke? Más o menos, more or less, in proposing that NATO takes, it was after Nord Stream 1 and 2, that it was obvious that our critical infrastructures undersea are vulnerable and we have to do something to protect them. And I remember I chaired the North Atlantic Council where we invited the CEO of the Swedish electrical company, the CEO of the Norwegian oil company, and the chief engineer of Google, the largest owner of undersea fiber optic cables in the world. And I'm proud to report to you, my dear friends from the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, that in record time, we have established a critical undersea protection cell in Markham, in our Maritime Command, and where our military leaders, our industry, Denmark is a big place for huge global logistics, will be working together in making sure that we work with industry and governments and NATO to make sure that we have the right redundancy, that we have the same capacity to understand the risk, and to basically differentiate between what would be, let's say, a benign incident, some fishermen boats or things like that, and an aggressive Russian or others attempt to disrupt our critical infrastructures. So I'm just happy to report to you that in record time, we've been adjusting to this new situation. And also because you are, I understand from your president and from other friends in the room, that you're preparing lots of partnership reports and policies. And we are ready to engage also in that. When I was talking to friends from the Gulf, from friends from the Middle East, even to our only partner in Latin America, Colombia, when they heard about NATO doing more on critical infrastructure undersea, they all were interested. Because irrespective who could be the perpetrator or the disruptor of those things, there's an interest in the knowledge that we have in NATO. So I'm just saying that this could be a nice hook, if you want. No suggestion from us. We respect the division of labor. Even if I, like President Connolly said, I trust in the organic link between the two sides of the same house. So yes, we are making progress, and we count also on Iceland to be contributing actively to this effort. Pour nos amis alliés français, vous savez comment.
To our French ally, well, you know very well that the organization I represent sees the European Union as the key strategic partner for NATO. We are both sides of the same coin. Of course, the membership of the two organizations is different, but the values embodied and the geopolitical context in which both organizations navigate is the same. Therefore, we do need a very strong transatlantic link, but we also need a strong role to be played by the European Union in the constellation and in the efforts we make. I am extremely proud that President Ursula von der Leyen and our SECGEN managed to sign a third joint declaration in which we have 5 new areas of activities: cyber resilience, new technologies, space, climate. Climate and security is one of the main issues for NATO, and there the EU has specific tools, and this is why in Brussels about 3 months ago we had a meeting between Frans Timmermans before he left his then position to go to the Netherlands with John Kerry and a number of other people to work together on to see how to do things together in the run-up to COP28 in the UAE. So there is synergy, and we're very happy to have that synergy. On resilience, which is, of course, a national competency without a doubt, there is a cross-border dimension for both NATO and EU, because, you know, resilience is not limited to the sheer geography of one nation's borders. So that is why we have created a task force, a very strong working party between the European Commission and the NATO headquarters on resilience. And there we have a lot of elements of synergy to be found, of course, respecting the prerogatives of both the member states, the tools of the European Union, and, of course, the tremendous added value that NATO can bring to the table of that resilience. So trust that we do not see a beauty contest between both NATO and EU. We need everybody's goodwill because the democratic world needs these kind of synergies and cooperation. And myself, the SECGEN, and our teams back at headquarters are trusted partners who have that philosophy in mind, who work on that basis, and who want to invest in this very close connection between NATO and the EU. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We go to the next group, Jeroen van Wijngaarden from Netherlands, Jukka Kopra from Finland, and Cesar Mogo from Spain. Jeroen, we will start.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Secretary General, for the determination in your speech. The Netherlands is as determined as you are to continue to support Ukraine to defend itself against Russian terror. However, Putin's bet is that war fatigue will take control of us allies. Therefore, the question arises how to prove Putin wrong. Shouldn't we give a more long-term reassurance to Ukraine with a longer time horizon, or better, no time horizon at all? I'm looking forward to your answer. After all, what we need is a relentless pursuit to a victory for the rules-based order, a victory for peace, and finally, a victory for Ukraine. Slava Ukraini.
Jukka?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Deputy Secretary General. As a frontline nation, Finland finds it very important that Sweden's accession to NATO would be as quick as possible. I would like to know if Sweden's NATO accession will not realize soon, what effect will that have on NATO's defense planning regarding the Baltic Sea and Nordic region? Thank you.
Thank you, Cesar.
Hablaré en español.
I will be speaking in Spanish. Thank you, Deputy Secretary General, for your words, and thank you to all delegations for this rejection that the Spanish delegation joins on this unjustified and horrible attack against Israel, and in our solidarity with Ukraine. There cannot be fatigue. We cannot waver in our support of Ukraine and its people. I would like you to expand on the Sahel, please, Mr. Deputy Secretary General, the outlook that NATO gave at the Madrid summit to the southern flank. Since 2020, there's been 8 military coups. There's been a disconcerted response. There is strong democratic institutions. There's food insecurity, but also Russia apparently, and it seems obviously, have also interfered, other actors too, that demand that we do not lose sight of this complicated and upended region that, of course, is of the greatest interest to the countries in the south. I would like you to please give me some answer on your opinion on the matter. Thank you very much.
To our Dutch friends and allies, we are living in democracies. And democracy is not an autocratic regime where you can basically ignore the views of your public opinion. So us as political leaders, we have always have to find ways to continue to communicate to our public opinions, and of course to our national parliaments and to our national governments and to our media and to our social media, if we can, why it is so important for Ukraine to prevail in this war. And this is a case to be made. For the ones concerned about the rise of China, there is an obvious argument that China is watching carefully what we do and what we don't do, what we are committing to be doing and what we are not delivering upon what we commit to be doing. Because everyone is watching Ukraine not only with the lenses of European security, as we do, that's our job, but also through the lenses of the world order in the making or in the remaking as we speak. This is also important when it comes to whatever ideas China might have in the South China Sea, when it comes to Taiwan. If we had these difficulties with Russian gas and cutting or finding alternatives to Russian gas, imagine what would happen if a semiconductor industry in Taiwan would be disrupted from the world economy, what that would mean. So I'm not improvising here arguments, but I'm saying that Ukraine is important morally, strategically, politically in itself. But the consequences of the way in which we support and Ukraine prevails, or God forbid, fails in this war, will have global consequences, not only for us, but also for the rest of the world. We always say what is happening in Europe today could happen in East Asia and the Pacific tomorrow. Of course, when it comes to us in Europe, and a continent that has been, over centuries, part of this sphere of influence kind of thing, I believe that the idea that we give, even indirectly, even by passivity, the right of Russia to have its own sphere of influence as a definition is countering everything we hold dear. The UN Charter, NATO's Washington Treaty, European Union's treaties. So I think we have still arguments to make. Winter is coming, which is no surprise, not only in Ukraine, but also in Europe will be probably, again, a conversation about inflation and energy prices. So this will not be an easy conversation for us. I hope and I know that we'll be able to prevent war fatigue, but we know that it's more difficult for us to keep this level of commitment than it is for the other guys to do the same. So the sooner we anchor Ukraine into Europe and to the Euro-Atlantic family, one or another, I think this will also be an important dimension of that issue. Now, from our Finnish friends and newest allies, I know that Sweden will be joining ranks, and I cannot tell when, because that's a matter of national sovereign decision of the remaining allies. But I know they are invited to every single council I chair or Secretary General chairs. They're becoming more intimate as we speak. I mentioned the NATO Industry Forum. So I would say that they are so close to us that now it's more of a political, final, important steps for them to be formally part of the alliance. But I think in spirit and in practical terms, they are already very close to us. And of course, the Baltic Sea and the Nordic Sea, the North regional plans, the northern part, will be taking the important role of Sweden and the one of Finland into the new equation. That's massively important for us. So we have keep full confidence, and we work relentlessly. The Secretary General is investing a lot of his political capital and time to making sure that we get this 32nd ally on board as soon as possible. Para los amigos y aliados españoles, I mentioned in my speech,
and for our Spanish allies,
is something which is, in my view, in our view, is immensely important to our security. And I'm applauding the fact that many of the allies, including in Madrid at the summit, including in Vilnius, they re-emphasize the importance of this part. I will make one comment. I mentioned the Mediterranean dialogue. In Madrid, our leaders took a very important decision to help Mauritania with a defense capability package, DCB package. I can say here, because you also have the strings of the purse, indirectly at least, that we have not delivered yet on our promises that our leaders took almost 1.5 years ago back in Madrid to Mauritania. The only country probably in the Sahel that is still solid, relatively solid, and also willing to work with us. So I think we have to do much more. I'm not here to plead for NATO in the Sahel. It's complicated, but I'm saying once we have a partnership with let's prove them, as Prime Minister FREDERIKSEN, let's really show that our offer is better than the other one. There's still a lack of coordination between what we do nationally and multinationally, EU, NATO, bilaterally. The other thing that I would like to mention is the fact that, especially now with the situation in Gaza, and also we see Hezbollah trying to do also damage from the other side. We have 4 joint partners between NATO and the EU. The Republic of Moldova, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Jordan, and Tunisia in the south. Nothing should stop us to work together, and nos amis alliés ont mentionné ça,
as mentioned by our French allies,
try to showcase in Jordan, in Tunisia, in Mauritania, where we have partnerships today, that we can do and we should do much more. And I really hope that in the summit we have in Washington will be putting not only more language, but also more money, and also more coherence, and also more real commitment to these countries. I mentioned terrorism, I mentioned climate change and security, you mentioned food security. Migration is still a huge challenge that is coming, and politically speaking is such a sensitive issue for us in Europe or America. So I'm just saying that we should try really to do not only write papers, have final communiques, but really help them become stronger and less fragile And I believe that on the way to the Washington summit together, we'll be able to really show our southern partners that we are really living up to our promises, and we understand the geostrategic consequences of not doing enough in the south as well as we do for Ukraine, as we do when it comes to China, new technologies. That's also a very important part of the Washington summit decisions, I hope.
Okay, I invite now Joe Wilson from United States to put his question. Also, after that, Alberto Losacco from Italy and Aki Matilda Högdam from Denmark.
Mr. President, what an honor to be here. And it's actually been so reassuring, Secretary General, Mr. President, everyone, the Prime Minister, the Speaker. Indeed, we're in a conflict of dictatorships, rule of gun, opposing democracy's rule of law. And this weekend, it's really become clear with the murderous attack on Israel. It's really inseparable from what is occurring in Ukraine. But sadly, too, the Chinese Communist Party has plans with the largest military peacetime buildup in history. And so we need to be ever prepared. I'm really concerned about fatigue, indeed, but sadly in America, we have persons who believe that the Atlantic Ocean, the Pacific Ocean is sufficient for isolationism. And so we need your help. And one way to do that is for every country to achieve their 2%. Because the people, quote, on the other side, the isolationists say that our allies are not pulling their weight. And then we have countries that are making a difference, Turkey, with their efforts to promote grain. So with that, in lieu of a question, it's just been so reassuring to see so many extraordinary people make it very clear that we stand with Ukraine, the people of Ukraine. Thank you.
Aki Matilda.
Thank you, Mr. President. Esteemed colleagues, I'm honored to be here as a representative of Greenland elected to the Danish Parliament. I would first like to thank Mr. President and the Danish Prime Minister for emphasizing the importance of the Arctic region during this assembly. Greenland holds a unique perspective on the Arctic, where security and climate change is not only topics of discussion, but a way of life for our people. Today I stand before you with a sense of pride and unity, as we have the privilege of hosting the NATO Assembly with the Greenlandic national parliamentarians among us as observers for the first time in history. However, many of you may have noticed that they sit in the back of this room somewhat removed from the main deliberations. In the spirit of democracy and inclusivity, we must remember that these parliamentarians represent a sense of a vital source of knowledge and first-hand experience when it comes to Arctic affairs. Their insights are not just valuable, they are essential. I believe that we as a democratic organization should uphold the principles of direct engagement and inclusivity, ensuring that every NATO member organization within this interact with the Greenlandic colleagues on Arctic matters. To further strengthen the spirit of cooperation, I propose that we as NATO should aspire to a future where Greenlandic national parliamentarians can sit with us at the table as full participants. This would not only be a symbolic gesture, but it would be a tangible step towards embracing the invaluable insights and perspective they may offer. It would demonstrate our commitment to addressing Arctic security, upcoming new shipping routes in a way that environmental concerns and the challenges faced by the Greenlandic people and the people of the Arctic with the most inclusivity and respect for democracy. Thank you.
Alberto.
Thank you. I will speak in Italian, but first I think Mircea GEOANA for the reference to the Italian commitment in Bulgaria. La guerra all'Ucraina ovviamente.
War in Ukraine obviously required us to focus on strategies of the alliance on the eastern flank. Currently, our attention is focused on the Middle East with the attack against our partner Israel, which Italy has also promptly condemned. We cannot make the mistake of neglecting, however, what's happening in Africa, particularly in the sub-Saharan area. as was often stressed by the alliance, this shows that the southern flank is an essential area. Niger was the last country which had not been contaminated by the authoritarian wave, with Mali, Burkina Faso, Chad had undergone coups. The Sahel is the victim of strong and pervasive jihadism. The World Bank estimates that by 2050, 13.5 million people will fall into poverty. The coup in Niger can have geopolitical and security impacts which go beyond the Sahel and spread to those countries which are more specifically in the focus of Russia and China. In one hand, by recovering those countries with the Soviet Union had influenced, China with its Belt and Road Initiative, which has led China to try to establish stronger bonds with African countries. And perhaps the greatest threat is climate change, which will have its greatest impact in Africa and lead to increasing migration from that area. And so it's important to pinpoint the African strategy of NATO alongside the Eastern flank strategy, because there are a number of connections and we believe they will grow in future.
Thank you so much, mille grazie, for the questions. Congressman Wilson, there is an older conversation about burden sharing in NATO. And I mentioned in a previous answer to a different question, I can really feel politically, strategically, that the European allies and Canada are understanding that you cannot rely only on the US and you have to do a better job and invest more in defense. I'm confident that this will be the case. A subspecies of the burden-sharing conversation is how much US and other allies and partners are doing for Ukraine. I think that's a conversation which is from the same species, but is more specific. And of course, we are adding up numbers also in NATO. I think we should do a much better job working with US Congress, including with your staffers, including with Congressional Budget Office, with all the ones who you make reference to in your own deliberations in the US. And if you add up what your non-US allies and partners in the Rammstein process, there are 50 nations, not only NATO allies, that are really doing a great effort. Also military assistance for Ukraine. Next week we'll have another, also in Brussels, a separate Rammstein process meeting. And this is something very important. If you add up the economic support, the macroeconomic support, the humanitarian support, the fact that we are also have to compensate Russian gas, and by the way, this is lots of LNG also from America coming to our economies. If you also add the fact that between now and 2030, European allies and Canada will be purchasing more than 600 of F-35s, that's also a sort of return on investment, if I can put it like this strategically. So I think we have to do a better job on our side than the other allies to really aggregate numbers, convincingly, politically communicate, and also try to counter some voices that are arguing that America is shouldering all the effort and the others are not doing. We are doing a lot. And I think European allies are doing quite a lot, and I think we are slowly going, I don't say on par, but if you look, and also the cost that we have to quantify, let's say probably with other more economic organizations, the support for displaced Ukrainians with millions in our countries. To have a Ukrainian language teacher in a school in Romania or in Germany or in Poland costs money. That's also a cost. So I think we have to do a much better job in communicating this. But I know that strategically allies understand that we have to shoulder America's effort, which remains indispensable for our security, but we also have to do that. For our Danish friends and allies, I was recently meeting in headquarters in Brussels, a delegation organized, of course, by Denmark. And we welcome representative of Greenland in HQ recently. We have this NATO troops trained by tens of thousands in Europe's Arctic, we were, of course, very respectful of the arrangements that each of the allies have internally. That's not our business. But I'm saying that when Denmark is encouraging Greenland or Faroe Islands, or according to your calls, we are ready to engage. And this is something we do, and that's our business, to make sure that we respond to what allies are coming our way. L'alleato italiano, mille grazie.
To our Italian ally, many thanks for Italy's contribution in Bulgaria.
In protecting the skies of my home country of Romania, thank you for what you do. I answered partially to the question about the South in a previous question. I also believe that I mentioned, let's help Mauritania, let's try to make sure that NATO and the EU are working much better. I also believe that, I'll give you an example of something that happened to me. When I arrived 4 years back in NATO, I received a delegation from Ghana coming to see us at NATO headquarters. Defense minister, foreign minister, national security advisor, the chief of defense, everybody was there. We want to become partners of NATO, partners, official partners. The first sub-Saharan partner of NATO, because we have none. Why we don't have? Because we need consensus to do these things. And then we approved domestically Ghana to be our newest partner, and then they backpedaled. They changed course. And I'm also saying this because in your dealings with partnerships, I think we have to make all of us a better job to tell other partners that NATO is a useful instrument, that together with other bilateral support and European Union support, we can do a much better job in this issue. I want to say that we are now establishing a group of top experts on the South in NATO as we speak. I want to thank our Portuguese allies if they're here. And I know Italy and others will be giving us top-level people. Portugal has given us a wonderful lady, a top professional. And they will have the task to recommend to us in NATO. And we are ready to share, Ruxandra, also with your great body, fresh ideas about how we can do a better job also in the South. This is very important to me. I'm coming from the East. But in fact, I'm coming from the Southeast, so I understand a 360-degree approach in this alliance. And I want to reassure our allies that the South is very much on our minds.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Secretary General. There are some Portuguese around. And I can assure
this is publicity, advertising in advance.
Yeah, I can assure you that Ana Santos Pinto is a great professional. She succeeded me as Secretary of State for Defense when I left government, and she made a great job. And I believe she will do a great job. We go on the last group of questions, and I'll give the floor to Bastian von Apeldoorn from the Netherlands, followed by Petro Poroshenko from Ukraine, and Irakli Beraya from Georgia. Bastian, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. On Israel and the horrible attacks, which should indeed be sharply condemned, I just want to add that in exercising its right of defense, Israel will also exercise restraint. And of course, the only way to end this terrible cycle of violence is to end the occupation that has now been lasting for 56 years. And briefly, if you allow me, Chair, on the 2%, I'm afraid I'm going to be a dissenting voice here. Sometimes democracy breaks out at the NATO PA. Of the total global military expenditure of about $2 trillion, NATO spends a staggering 55%. And now I feel that almost everyone in this room, also in my delegation, wants to see NATO countries spending at least 2% of GDP, if not more. And my question would be, when is it enough? The US already spends more on defense than the next 8 or 9 countries combined, including allies, and it outspends Russia by a factor of 10 or more. And my fear is that the upshot of all this will be another expensive arms race, the only beneficiary of which will be the military-industrial complex of which President Eisenhower warned 60 years ago. I think we do need a strong defense of NATO territory. But I think we already have one, especially if we reallocate resources from the ability to carry out military interventions outside NATO territory, which are actually only counterproductive, and do everything possible to defend our borders instead, whilst meantime also avoiding a Cold War. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Bastian. Now I give the floor to Petro Poroshenko from Ukraine. Mr. Poroshenko.
Thank you very much indeed, dear President. My dear friends, I want to start with the words of thanks for the very strong resolution we make in Luxembourg, and I hope that resolution today in Copenhagen would be even stronger. I start with the words of fatigue from Ukraine. This night, a couple of hours ago, I lost my friend, Battalion Commander 206, Vitaly Baranov. His heart stopped at the Liman, on the Liman part of our battlefield. And with this situation, I think fatigue from Ukraine means fatigue from democracy, fatigue from freedom, and at the end of the day, fatigue from NATO. And I want to just support the words of the Prime Minister. As long as Ukraine is ready to fight, we have no right to fatigue. What we need to do now, point number one, there does not exist any NATO standard for the offensive or counter-offensive operation without air dominance. We need F-16 or Swedish Gripen. Without air defense, without long-range missiles, and without ammunition. And for the increasing supply to Ukraine, we should switch our economy, the strongest economy in the world, to the military rail, to the military mode, just to win this war and supply weapons again from Russia.
Thank you, Mr.
Point number two, this is the sanction, and we should cut the ability of Russia to finance the war. And point number three, or maybe point number one, we all should understand it would be no peace on the continent without Ukrainian membership in NATO. There does not exist any other effective security mechanism than NATO, and the Ukrainian membership in NATO means sustainable security situation on the continent.
Thank you,
with
Mr.
this connection, I have two questions to my friend Mircea, Deputy Secretary. First, what is your expectation from the Washington summit about the invitation for Ukraine, because this is the only narrow window of opportunity? And second, what Ukraine should do in order to accelerate this decision, taking into account that we are in Copenhagen and Ukraine are ready to provide the reform to meet the Copenhagen criteria.
Thank you.
Thank all of you, and Slava Ukraini.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Irakli Beraya from Georgia, you have the floor.
Thank you. Your Excellency, let me thank you, first of all, for your personal role in supporting Georgia's Euro-Atlantic integration and being vocal on our country. I also want to stress our full support to the people and state of Israel in their fight against terrorism. As you all know, NATO membership is a civilizational choice of our people, as well as constitutionally cemented top foreign policy and national security priority of our country. Georgia's commitment to the principles of the Washington Treaty, ability and experience to defend our shared values, and immense contribution to the Euro-Atlantic security qualifies our country for membership. The decision on Georgia's membership was made in Bucharest in 2008, and it's very important that allies demonstrate geopolitical courage and fully acknowledge the necessity of enforcing that decision. Georgia's membership issue must remain among the top priorities on the allies' agenda. But before membership is achieved, and at the same time, it's crucially important to step up practical support to frontliner democracies and long-time tested aspirants like Georgia to further strengthen its defense and resilience, importantly in the context of enhancing Black Sea security, which is indispensable, as you all know, for Euro-Atlantic security. And my question is, given rapidly deteriorating security environment, what is NATO's vision on enhancing existing practical cooperation tools with aspirants and on the further steps to strengthen Black Sea security? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Irakli. Mr. Deputy Secretary General, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. To our Dutch friend and ally, no, when enough spending for defense, this is a political question and it needs a political answer. My answer would be reflecting the strategic circumstances of that specific time. So sometimes, 2% could be a rigid indicator, but it's also something that I believe is for NATO the right upward trend without prejudging what will be the needs for our alliance and for our nations in the future. It's true that many European allies have collected the peace dividends on behalf of our American friends. They were protecting us. And in a way, when we hear our American allies saying that you should also shoulder those burdens, I think it also makes a lot of sense. It would be perfect to have a world where we don't need this kind of investments, but unfortunately we need. You also mentioned the fact that we should defend our territory. Yes, we do. In Vilnius, the new defense plans are exactly that. And we have just last week the fourth generation structure meeting, our CHODs met. And they have to live up, nations, up to the commitments for those plans. Yes, we do a lot for deterrence and defense. But let me also make a point about the non-geographical threats to our security. Space is non-geographical. We have to do more in space. Cyber is non-geographical. We have to do more for our digitalized economies, not only militaries. I mentioned AI and quantum and biotech coming our way. What do we do if we lose our edge to China and others? What will happen to our economies? What will happen to our democracies? You need to invest in your national security. And when I say security is not only defense budgets, it's also economic security, it's energy security, it's technological security, it's supply chain security, it's climate change security. It costs money. It's up to each nation to decide where to put the money. That's a sovereign decision of nations and national parliaments. But I'm just saying that the world is complicated, my friends. And we have to invest more to secure our democracy and freedom, and there's no way around it. How you do it in each order, that's something that we fully respect on behalf of each of the allies. And also something about what we call near-peer competitors. We had a meeting in NATO last week, I think, talking about AI, generative AI, and we had Eric Schmidt from Google, the founder of Google. And basically, we had a question about ethical use of AI, and we had here a great nation of Denmark doing so great on quantum. And we asked them, the industry, what do you think will be the constraints we put on ourselves if we apply to our militaries the ethical use of AI and quantum in the near future? And he said one thing: in order to afford to have ethical use in national defense for AI, you have to be ahead of your competitors. That's also something we have to reflect quite a lot. Dear President Poroshenko, thank you for the question. I cannot prejudge what allies will be deciding in Washington. I know that we are moving Ukraine closer to us, and Ukraine is getting closer to us. The only suggestion I make, as somebody has been working so hard in my country, Romania's accession to NATO and the European Union. I was foreign minister when we joined NATO. I was foreign minister when we closed the negotiations. The only advice I would give as a friend and as a neighbor, and I know you also have Romanian sympathies in your family. please don't overlook, as difficult as it is, also the more structural domestic reforms. And I know how difficult it is to have, let's say, more transparency in your public life, to make sure that while fighting a bloody war, you have also to do structural reforms. I know it's very easy to preach, but I'm saying continue to do that, because those reforms are not only for you to get into NATO, it's also for you to get a stronger economy and a stronger society. And the last thing, please work with us and the EU, making sure that you don't duplicate your efforts while starting negotiations, I hope, in December for joining the EU, and also doing things with us. If you do something building integrity in your armed forces with us, that should be okay for the EU. If EU is doing something relevant in your work on your other issues, it should be relevant to us. So we are here to help you, that as you move towards the EU and NATO, you optimize your efforts and you make more synergy between the two sides of the same coin. NATO and EU are two sides of the same coin, as I mentioned to our French friends and allies. So I have high expectations from this thing. To our Georgian friends, let me tell you one thing. Before the war of aggression started in Ukraine by Russia, Georgia was and still is the most robust, enhanced opportunity partner NATO has. We are not doing with no other partner, short of Ukraine today, for obvious reasons, as much as we do with you guys. It's up to you which way and how you want to build upon this long record of cooperation. You've been for long years the champions of reforms, not only in the Caucasus or in the Black Sea region, but also in Central Eastern Europe. You are doing better than many of the countries that are now members of EU and NATO. So it's up to you. Continue the reforms, stay the course. I know the Georgian people want to be part of the democratic, civilized West, but I'm not here to give you political guidance. I'm here to say that if you want to reinvest in doing with us, the sky is the limit. But the ball is in your court, and I hope that you'll take this message back and reinvigorate our very strong partnership already.
Thank you very much. That concludes our questions, and I would like to thank you on behalf of you, Deputy Secretary General, dear Mircea, for your time and for your informative answers to our questions. It's always to have you. It's always great to have you here, and now we have reached a break in our proceeding. Coffee will be served outside the hall, and we will restart the session at 12:30 sharp for the address by the General Philippe, NATO Supreme Allied Commander Transformation. Have a nice break. afternoon. Dear colleagues, I now welcome General Philippe LAVIGNE, NATO Supreme Allied Commander Transformation. General, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to address our Assembly. General LAVIGNE is responsible for the development of NATO's future capabilities and has kindly agreed to answer questions on his remit following his presentation. I will set 1.5 minutes time limit for questions after General's presentation. General, it's your place. Please take the floor.
President, honorable members of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly.
So being the first to speak after lunch and after such a distinguished set of speakers is a challenge. So I'm very honored to share with you my thoughts and to answer your question. And I will start by thanking our Danish host and by saying that I am so honored to be in front of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. Today I want to talk about security environment, our security environment, and how NATO is adapting to meet the challenges, risks, and opportunities that come with it, and what ACT is doing. So why start with our security environment? Because NATO's new reality today is much more complex and dangerous. There is the return of full-scale war on Europe's soil and the suffering and extraordinary courage of the people and forces of Ukraine. But it's also a reflection of a security environment that is fragmented and highly dynamic. And I will use 3 words to describe it: more, faster, and everywhere. More new and advanced technologies. Think, for instance, about what was described last week as the functional defeat of the Russian Black Sea Fleet, because of a new threat they had not seen coming. More munitions being expanded in a day than some of our industry produce in a year. Requiring we think harder about quantity and quality, but also more data, more information that need to be collected, analyzed, and acted upon at the speed of relevance. Which brings me to faster. That avalanche of data is also lifting the fog of war, increasingly leaving speed as the only cloak for maneuver. Think of the devastating efficiency of Ukrainian strike on Russian armor. Speed is also why hypersonic weapons are cutting into our own decision and reaction loops. Remember all talks of EDTs, emerging and disruptive technology. Today, the reality is that many have already emerged. While we wait to see if quantum computing will deliver on its promise. And finally, after more and faster, everywhere. Competition for rare resources. Challenges to what were previously acknowledged as shared commons in an interconnected global system. Unmanned systems that continue to expand the reach of allies and opponents alike, including in urban settings where more than half the world's population live, from the height of space to the bottom of the sea. Closer to our homes, opponents are also able to reach into our private lives through the information environment. Many of our fellow citizens are already being targeted in a series of campaigns built on weapons they carry with them at all times by choice, and I'm sure you have one in your pocket, hopefully on silent mode. As I say, a challenging picture. How did NATO react? There is a reason our alliance is approaching its 75th birthday, its ability to change when needed. The allies have understood the urgency, and NATO is adapting and transforming with an historic return to the basics, collective defense, with efforts to look at what effective deterrence means today and tomorrow. The allies have agreed their political guidance 23 and a new level of ambition, leading to an unprecedented level of integration between operational, I want to say the new regional plans, and defense plans, to ensure we boost our readiness and our resilience for our mission of deterrence and defense. So what about ACT's role in all of that? A quick summary would include ACT, not Allied Command Transformation, but A for anticipation, C, concept to capabilities, and T, talents. Anticipation to link that the new reality I described earlier with NATO needs to keep its edge, and the military instrument of power required to deter and defend every inch of Allied territory. And since the threats we have identified can be characterized by more, faster, and everywhere. So we need the right forces. Forces that are stronger and more agile, ready and mobile, and interoperable. ACT anticipation work led to the NATO warfighting concept approved by you, the allies, in 2021. It will serve to guide alliance efforts as NATO develops the forces and capabilities it needs. We are also revitalizing our foresight efforts with the 2023 strategic foresight analysis, for instance. It's going beyond the warfighting aspect to get a wider picture. We are working with your experts and your nation to do so. 800 participants in 8 workshops in 8 months, including Washington, Helsinki, Berlin, Riga, Bucharest. Of course, it would help us to define our military future operating environment. That means, what are the actors? What is the new battlefield? What is the new warfare? And think about all NATO's instruments of power, including how to work better with partners of all kinds, including the European Union. Look no further than the EU-NATO Task Force on Resilience and Critical Infrastructure announced earlier this year. To give you an idea of the range of our ongoing work and show how much effort we must put into working with all our nations, I can just point to the events which we have held in the past weeks and will be holding in the very near future. In June, we held a big exercise dealing with interoperability. It's the largest event of its kind in NATO. It's in Poland. With 1,900 participants, from 40 allied and partner nations, testing fielded and future systems in a coalition setting. Since interoperability remains an essential part of NATO's DNA. 2 weeks ago, we invited over 400 NATO and allied experts and leaders to come to Paris for the 2023 NATO Communicators Conference. We spent a lot of time talking about cognitive warfare, which all of us are grappling with, including the ability of that phone I was talking about earlier to bring disinformation straight to the customer and to the soldier in the field. With deepfakes, ChatGPT, and other artificial intelligence technologies, allowing opponents to launch concerted assault on our cognitive capacity to achieve what the Chinese refer to as winning without fighting. Tomorrow, we gather in Copenhagen, here, for the Multi-Domain Operation Conference that will help us on the way toward a MDO-enabled alliance by integrating capabilities, information and decision-making across domain and environments, built on the back of a NATO digital transformation. And a few weeks after that, ACT will host the NATO Industry Forum in Stockholm, because as the Secretary General said last week in Kyiv, there is no defense without industry. The technological, capacity and complexity challenges we face require ever closer cooperation. And the topic of this forum is addressing the new reality together. I must also mention our innovation work. A couple of months ago, we held an ACT Innovation Challenge to look at monitoring in the Arctic. And the next month, we will look at the issue of military mobility in another innovation challenge to be held in Slovenia. And you know, Diana, the Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, has already received 1,200 proposals for innovators from innovators across the alliance for its 3 challenges. 1,200 proposals. All these events, over just a few weeks, bring me to the final point I want to highlight, the importance of teamwork, and more broadly, the challenges associated with finding, training, and retaining the talented people we all need. On teamwork, I'm proud to say how closely ACT is working with our colleagues of ACO. I was with SACT on VTC this morning. But it also means the nation with whom we are constantly interacting and exchanging. Because in today's data-rich environment, not sharing or exchanging would deprive us of today's greatest asset, the data. In closing, we are in the middle of NATO's biggest overhaul in a generation, the largest reinforcement of our collective defense in response to many challenges of the more dangerous and competitive security environment I discussed earlier. In Vilnius, NATO's leaders agreed to strengthen our defense and deterrence across all domains and against all threats and challenges, to speed up, and they also agreed to speed up our transformation in the face of urgency. It's ambitious, yes, it's ambitious, but where there is a will, there is a way ahead together as a team. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, General. I like this position you described as more, faster and everywhere. And I really hope the Assembly delegates will have great questions to you on future of NATO and our capabilities. So I will start, as usual, to group the questions. And I would like to inform you that the questions will end at 1 p.m. So we don't have enough time, so be short. The first group, Julie Jerovic from Canada, Ante Bacic from Croatia, and Fernando Gutierrez from Spain. Julie, you are the first.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and thank you, General, for being with us today. It's really important for us to have you here. As you know, Canada is a founding member of NATO, and our commitment to the Euro-Atlantic and global security is absolutely ironclad. We are one of the hosts of GEOANA, so one of the regional offices, and we have also established and are hosting the NATO Climate Change Security Center for the Excellence in Montreal. And I didn't say this earlier, and I meant to, and I'm going to say it now because it's important. There's a lot of talk about wavering support for Ukraine, and I'm going to say we are not, Canada's not wavering in any way of our commitment to Ukraine. We are unequivocal, and we will be supporting them every step of the way. But my question to you, General, is we're learning a lot. The war in Ukraine, we're learning a lot. And so my question to you is, what are you learning about the war in Ukraine from a technological perspective, as well as from a human behavior perspective. If you could share your learnings with us and how that's going to inform your work ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Ante, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear General, while NATO remains a defensive alliance, the operating environment demands new ways of thinking, organizing, and acting. It was precisely that transformational domain of the alliance made NATO one of the most successful international organizations today, emphasizing on planning and even foresighting threats was necessary. Unfortunately, today we see an increased return of kinetic warfare in different parts of the world. How do you, as the NATO Supreme Allied Commander transformation, see the role of the alliance in the emerging new world threats? To what extent we will have to return to some old forms of action and activities? Thank you.
Thank you, Ante. Fernando.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that my question is more or less about the same topic. Thank you, General, for your presentation, for your precise presentation. Supreme Allied Commander for Transformation, one of your tasks is to analyze the lessons learned from different operational experiences. From lessons learned in Ukraine, it appears that we have to keep the balance between future warfare and past warfare. In other words, between technological improvements and conventional warfare. In terms of admiral power, modern warfare is about bits and bots, as well as mud and blood. In your opinion, which is the point of balance between both models? Isn't it possible for technology to impose the replacement of conventional massive actions by clear technological improvements? Thank you very much, General.
General, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your question. I will maybe join the two questions from Canada and Spain, and it's also with the Croatian question. So for me, we've got many lessons identified in Ukraine, not learned yet. Of course, I must say that speaking about technology, it's not to speak about one technology. I think it's like multi-domain operation. When we are talking about orchestrating the different domain, it's the same. The combination of technology is offering more than the sum of the technology. And when I'm looking at what is happening on the battlefield, with the communication we can have because of space, because of Starlink, for example, the observation we have not only from space but also from open source. Of course, people taking pictures with their mobile phone. All this data being able to be analyzed very quick, and of course, when I'm thinking about artificial intelligence, and tomorrow with the quantum computing power, we will be better and faster in order to understand and to decide. And then there is also the ability to reach the assets who will take into account the threat, either from the air or from the ground or from the sea. So I think the first lessons learned is we have to work on the combination of all this technology and integrate, not waiting to think about a system, the perfect system, what I call le jardin à la française, but we have to think about incremental approach in order to give the war fighters all they need for the fight of tonight. The second lessons learned for me is, and I'm sure you, and it's also an answer to the Spanish question and the Croatian question about the all forms of the war. First of all, I think in the short term and the mid term, we will still face the mass in Europe, the mass of Russia. Maybe it will not be at the very beginning the high technology mass, but it's going to be, and they still have some assets, very technological assets. But so how to face this mass? Of course, is to have a highly capability in firing, long-range fires, for example, very precise, very joint, very multi-domain one. But also what is very important is the movement, is to keep the movement in order to address dilemma, but also to be quicker than our advisory. So fire and movement are so essential to be kept, even against the mass. But we have also to think about the threat coming from the air. When I'm saying that, it's not only, I'm not thinking only about unmanned system, unmanned aerial vehicle. I'm thinking about artillery, long-range artillery. I'm thinking about cruise missiles. I'm thinking about hypersonic missiles. But in order to protect and because on this battlefield, what we are looking at is it's very difficult to hide. Of course, you've got the assets coming in the space with high resolution for the observation. But as I say, there is also the smartphone, the picture taken by any civilian on the battlefield, and so it's very difficult to hide. So what we need, as I said in my speech, we need a force which is, of course, strong. And when I say strong, it's with every capability in the fight, to fire heavy weapons, but also high mobility to disaggregate in order to protect and aggregate very quick, in order to either to take the advantage on the field, but also to be protected. And the last lessons learned, and it's one, it's very important, is the talent. We need the talents. We need the people. And the bravery of the people in Ukraine, either the civilian and the military forces, that shows us that we have to get these talents and we have to train them. That's so important. Old forms, kinetics. So I think I answered to that with heavy capabilities in fires, very mobile, and I think it's. In order to keep the edge, we are thinking differently. I'm talking about combining the technology, but we have also to orchestrate the effect of the military of all domains, space, cyber, land, sea, and air, and synchronizing the effect of other instruments of power. That's the way we are going to fight such a threat. Over.
Thank you very much, General. The second group, it's Anne Genete from France, Andres Ingi Jonsson from Iceland, and Sorindan Moldovan from Romania. Anne, the floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll allow myself to speak French, if I may, with a little surprise to see General Lavigne speak in English. General, you insisted on 3 words: anticipation, capabilities, and talents. We've seen today that we're not talking about a single conflict. We're talking about hybrid conflict that is happening everywhere, undersea, underwater, in cyber, in space. You spoke about the joining in of Finland. We are hoping for the joining in of Sweden soon. We really hope for Sweden to follow Finland very, very quickly. Can you tell us how Sweden and Finland will be helping us in that teamwork, and what will be your roadmap to transform the organization with Sweden and Finland inside it? Thank you very much.
Now, Andres.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, General, for your presentation. Now, we all know how Russia has been undermining norms around nuclear weapons, and sort of eroding the international agreements we have. And this Assembly has regularly mentioned this in resolutions recently. And it's important that we maintain and strengthen and protect the existing international agreements. At the same time, also in light of the unacceptable pace of nuclear disarmament, it's important to push for stronger and new norms for disarmament and non-proliferation. Some of our member states have chosen to observe the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, to take part in a dialogue there which has the endpoint of a world without nuclear weapons. Other states might find other ways to accelerate the work toward disarmament, and this brings me to the question, what are your thoughts on ways for the alliance to counter Russia's reckless nuclear rhetoric by developing its nuclear deterrence policy, so developing NATO's nuclear deterrence policy, to give stronger indications of what responsible nuclear rhetoric could look like, for instance, by adopting a no first use policy?
Thank you, Andres. And now the floor goes to Søren Dan.
Thank you. Thank you, General, for your presentation. As evidenced in the Russian war against Ukraine, the need to remain agile and adapt to changes is essential to enable success. So my question is, how is ACT ensuring that NATO continues to rapidly transform while also being prepared to flexibly and continuously adjust to the new requirements of warfare?
General.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais répondre.
Thank you very much. I'll answer to the question on capabilities, talents, and anticipation, and the joining in of Finland and soon Sweden, and that teamwork that we are all required to practice. You know, our slogan is one for all and all for one. First of all, I had the chance and honor of visiting both Finland and Sweden, and both countries have very strong, very credible armed forces. They have armed forces that are used to working with us, and interoperability is worked on, practiced every day. NATO standards are applied every day in Sweden and in Finland, which means that it was very quick to integrate Finland after it joined on April 4th. I went to Helsinki and I signed with Finland the military integration soon after, in June, actually. Sweden and Finland also have a very strong defense industry, which is another very important asset. Both countries have top-notch technological capabilities, and they have a huge defense production capacity. So it is additional assets for NATO now. And both in Sweden and in Finland, there are talented people. There's a pool of human resources, of people who are committed to defense and security that is now adding up to the strength of NATO, with reserved forces that are very highly trained. All of that to say that we are delighted to have Finland on board and to soon have Sweden on board. Regional plans and the one that covers the Atlantic and the Arctic will, of course, include, or do already include, Finland, and will in the near future also include Sweden, as will our future exercises.
So, yes, I must say that the Russia's nuclear rhetoric is irresponsible, of course, and it forms part of a pattern of aggressive behavior that we have seen for years. But as long as our nuclear weapons, NATO will be a nuclear alliance. And of course, a nuclear war can never be won and must never be in a fight, of course. I must say that we are monitoring, and you know that, we are monitoring closely the developments, and we remain very vigilant on that. And we constantly keeping our posture under review to ensure deterrence and to defend allies. And our doctrine, you know, I invite you to refer to the Madrid strategic concept. Talking about how ACT continue to adjust the transformation. So I must say, first of all, we are looking at the future. It's why I revitalized the strategic foresight community, and I was spoken about this 8 workshops we have done with in your country with your experts in 8 months. And in order not to look only about the military transformation, but all the trends or the drivers that are going to change our future operating environment. And of course, technology. And I'm not alone. In NATO, we've got this science and technological organization. And in NATO, we've got nations. Nations with all their innovation hub, their university, their research center, and now we've got Diana. So it's, we are looking at the evolution of what I call emerging disruptive technology, but not so emerging when we are talking about artificial intelligence. And you know that we have a strategy already in NATO dealing with artificial intelligence. We are going to renew it in order to have also not only a top-down approach, but an incremental approach to with some use cases. And of course, we are working on quantum, and we know that Denmark has an accelerator, a new accelerator on quantum, which is the beauty of the team, and we hope that we will, and of course, we will benefit of this gold nuggets in Denmark. I must say that we are also transforming on the warfare. When I'm talking about multi-domain operation, is the way to keep the edge on the battlefield. And in NATO, we are always beginning through the concept, because concept is good to fix a goal, to have an objective, to have a way, a path to these goals, and to align 31 nations, soon 32. But immediately after, we are going to, we are working on implementation roadmap. That means that this incremental approach. And that's the topics we are going to face in tomorrow multi-domain operation conference we will have here in Copenhagen. How to bring the best practices of all our nation. How to leverage private sector. How to leverage this technology. How to implement the education of our talents to bring as soon as possible multi-domain operation. That's the way we are going to continue to transform the alliance. And of course, you know that we've got this big framework of this big concept on the warfare, which is the NATO warfighting capstone concept. Nation agreed in 21, dealing with resilience, dealing with cognitive superiority, dealing with influence and power projection, dealing with cross-domain command, and the last imperative is integrated multi-domain defense. These imperatives, you have validated them in order to tackle the challenges of the future. We are speeding up the implementation. And that's what I'm going to talk about with your Minister of Defense in 2 days in Brussels.
Thank you very much, General, for your time and for your informative answers to our questions. And thank you as well for your leadership of our alliance. We wish you luck, and we hope to meet you as soon as possible at NATO PA activities. I would now like to ask Vice President Marcos Perestrello to take the chair. Marcos.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Well, dear colleagues, the next order of the day is the election of officers of the Assembly, starting naturally with the President. The Standing Committee received only one nomination, that of Michal from Poland. There being only one candidate for the post, the election can take place by acclamation, which I now invite the Assembly to do. So I declare Michal Szczerba re-elected as President of the Assembly, and I return him the floor. Congratulations.
Dear friends, dear colleagues, thank you for your trust. Let me promise you that I will stay the course. A more effective, a more powerful, a more united assembly is my personal goal. Things do not happen, things are made to happen. I rely on all of your personal endeavors, courage and leadership. And this morning I already told you of our strong bureau statement which condemned the horrific attack from Hamas and its terrorist affiliates. Now, as re-elected president, I would propose that we hold a minute of silence for the hundreds of victims. Every hour we hear of more who have died from the inconceivable atrocities. Our thoughts are with the innocent victims, their families and nations. Would you please rise? Thank you. Dear colleagues, we now proceed to the election of the vice presidents. The Standing Committee received 5 nominations for the 5 positions of vice president. 4 of the current vice presidents are eligible for re-election and have been nominated for re-election. The nominations listed in the alphabetical order by country are Theo Franken from Belgium, Marcos Perestrello from Portugal, Nico Falcoi from Romania, Kevin Jones from the United Kingdom, Linda Sanchez from the United States. As there are 5 candidates for 5 positions, the election can take place by acclamation, which I now invite Assembly to do. Congratulations, dear colleagues. I declare the 5 vice presidents elected. Congratulations to you all. And now we proceed to the election of the treasurer. The Standing Committee has received only one nomination, that of Wolfgang Helmich from Germany. As no other candidate has put themselves forward, I invite the Assembly to approve the election of Wolfgang as a treasurer of the Assembly by acclamation. Wolfgang Helmich is re-elected as treasurer for 2 years. Our next business today concerns the finances of the Assembly. I call our treasurer, newly elected, Wolfgang, to introduce the 2024 draft budget. Wolfgang, you have the floor.
Mr. President, dear all, thank you for your trust and for re-electing as your treasurer for another 2 years. I will do my utmost to ensure our Assembly has the financial resources it needs to fulfill its priorities at this critical time when our voice must be heard, and that must be heard very loud. The ongoing high and unpredictable level of inflation continues to have a long-term impact on our budget, so we need to be prudent. With volatile and high inflation figures in most of our countries, I'm presenting a draft budget for 2024 with an increase of 5%, which is a midpoint between the inflation in Belgium and the average inflation in the European Union when I prepared this budget. I'm convinced that with this increase and with the adjustment I propose within the budget, the Assembly will be able to achieve its political objectives and can continue to deliver the highest quality of service to all members. This proposal was approved by the Standing Committee yesterday afternoon, so I hope that the Plenary Assembly can also support and adopt my proposal for the draft of 2024 budget. Turning now briefly to the current financial year. In 2023 is going as planned. All contributions have been received in time, including from our newest member, Finland. The Ukraine Special Fund stood at just below 350,000 euros at the beginning of this year, and it has already been used in 4 meetings for a total of 22,500 euros. For the rest of 2023, the special fund will be used for the participation of Ukrainian members in this conference here in Copenhagen session and the 2 Rada seminars we will have in the next months. There's a relatively small investment from the Assembly side, but it makes a real difference for our Ukrainian colleagues. As in previous years, the Assembly has received a financial contribution from NATO and will receive funding from the Swiss Ministry of Defense for the 105th Rose seminar in Sarajevo next month. Let me take this opportunity to thank the Swiss Ministry of Defense for its continued support and NATO for its generous grant over many years. I think it's at this moment all from my side now, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about the budget of 2023 or the budget of 2024. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Wolfgang. Does anyone wish to speak? No? Now, we will now vote on the draft budget. So, does the Assembly approve the draft budget for 2024? Those in favor, please raise your voting cards. Those against? Abstention? One against? Okay, the draft budget for 2024 is agreed. Congratulations, Volodymyr. We come now to the resolutions which have been agreed by the committees of the Assembly. There are 6 texts in total. 4 amendments have been tabled to 3 of the draft resolution. After each draft resolution has been presented, I propose a time limit of 1 minute for other speakers and for anyone presenting amendments. I have changed the order of consideration to help members to catch flights. We begin with the Defense and Security Committee. So we now come to the first draft resolution from the Defense and Security Committee on implementing NATO's new deterrence and defense baseline. 0 amendments have been tabled to the draft resolution. I call Utku Chakiroza, General Rapporteur, to present the draft resolution. Utku, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, Russia's illegal and unjustified war of aggression against Ukraine has shattered the security of the Euro-Atlantic area. Over the past year and a half, we learned that we must be proactive and vigilant to secure our alliance. We have already taken a number of steps in the right direction. We have surged resources toward the eastern flank. We have adopted a new strategic concept which sets the framework for a more robust deterrence and defense posture of the alliance. And we have agreed new regional defense plans for NATO that will require the most significant adaptation to NATO's force posture since the end of the Cold War. But our work is not finished. This resolution calls for more investment in our capabilities across all domains. It insists on renewed commitment to our standing NATO obligations, including our enduring pledge to spend 2% of GDP annually on defense, and it urges more defense cooperation between allies and with like-minded partners. Colleagues, the tasks ahead are not easy, but this new era of growing strategic competition demands we do more and that we do it together. Thank you for your attention, and I urge your strong support for this important resolution.
Thank you, Utku. Does anyone else wish to speak in general on the draft resolution? No. We will now vote on the draft resolution. Those in favor, please raise your voting cards. Thank you. Those against? 1 against. Abstention? No abstention. The draft resolution is agreed to. We come now to the second draft resolution from the Defense and Security Committee on strengthening stability and security in the Black Sea region following Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. 1 amendment have been tabled to the draft resolution. I call Utku Chakiroza, General Rapporteur, to present the draft resolution on behalf of Lord Lancaster, Rapporteur. Utku, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Dear colleagues, Russia's brutal war of aggression against Ukraine has made the Black Sea region a zone of active conflict. Russia's use of the Black Sea to launch strikes across Ukraine and to block its essential grain exports to the world is a daily reminder that the Black Sea is the strategic fault line between NATO and Russia. Given this more challenging security environment, this resolution emphasizes the need for a renewed focus on the Black Sea region. It urges allies to develop a NATO Black Sea strategy and action plan, continue our strong support for Ukraine and our increasingly vulnerable Black Sea region partners, and continue our reinforcement of the eastern flank in line with decisions adopted in Madrid and Vilnius. Colleagues, we must support the efforts of the littoral allies in the Black Sea aimed at upholding security, safety, stability, and freedom of navigation in the region, including through the 1936 Montreux Convention. We must stand united and address growing challenges in the Black Sea region together. Thank you for your attention and thank you for your support for this important resolution.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak in general on the draft resolution? No, no one. We start with amendment number 1, presented by Tinatin Bokuchava, member of the Georgian delegation. Tinatin, would you like to present amendment 1, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. In a gravely concerning recent development, Russia declared its intention to build a naval base in occupied Georgia. In light of this new threat, as a representative of Georgia, I propose the following amendment to the presented resolution. Condemning Russia's declared intention to build a naval base in Ochamchire, located in Georgian territory illegally occupied by Russia, threatening to further destabilize the Black Sea region. I thank the Honorable Chair of the Committee, as well as the United States and the Ukrainian delegations for co-signing this amendment, and I hope for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Utku, would you like to respond, please?
Yes, the rapporteur is in favor of this amendment.
Okay, would anyone else like to speak on this amendment? No. I should put now Amendment 1 to the vote. All those in favor of Amendment 1, please raise your voting cards. Those against? Abstention? Unanimity. Amendment 1 is agreed to. We will now vote on the draft resolution as amendment. Those in favor, please raise your voting cards. Thank you. Those against? Abstention? The draft resolution is agreed to. We start with the draft resolution from the Science and Technology Committee on enhancing the protection of allied critical maritime infrastructure. No amendments have been tabled on the draft resolution. I call Michal Friedberg-Stone, General Rapporteur, to present the draft resolution. Michal, you have 3 minutes.
Mr. Vice President, dear colleagues, I'm very honored to present the draft resolution on enhancing the protection of allied critical maritime infrastructure, which the Science and Technology Committee passed on Saturday. Let me briefly summarize the key points and recommendations. The draft resolution emphasizes that the protection of critical maritime infrastructure is essential for the functioning of our states and economies, and well as our security, and highlights the need to protect this infrastructure against outside interference. The resolution acknowledges the challenges of protecting our critical maritime infrastructure. It emphasizes the role of technology in the protection of critical maritime infrastructure. Sensors and autonomous systems facilitate the surveillance and monitoring efforts and improve situational awareness. The resolution notes the crucial role of the NATO science and technology organizations in the development of technologies relevant for the protection of critical maritime infrastructure. The draft resolution also recognizes the dual nature of technological advancement and underlines the need for effective public-private cooperation and cooperation with partners, particularly with the EU. It is also necessary if we want to develop our capabilities to protect our critical maritime infrastructure. The resolution ends with a series of suggestions on how to improve the security of our critical maritime infrastructure. It urges members, governments, and parliaments of the North Atlantic alliances. And the points are to raise awareness and prioritize the protection of critical maritime infrastructure, to enhance capabilities and encourage establishing national strategic doctrines, to decrease dependency on high-risk providers through secure alternatives and collaboration with partner countries, to strengthen collaboration amongst allies through sharing information and best practice while improving interoperability, to increase intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance capabilities to track vehicles, detect threats, communicate, and plan strategically, to increase investment in the STO, and to support the UICC and MARCOM, amongst others, to institutionalize and strengthen dialogues with industry. And the last point, to enforce stringent evolution processes for military systems and critical maritime infrastructure to ensure that all components meet established security standards. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Michal. Does anyone else wish to speak in general on the draft resolution? No. We will now vote on the draft resolution. Those in favor, please raise your voting cards. Thank you. Those against? Abstention? The draft resolution is agreed to. Next, we come to the draft resolution from the Committee on Democracy and Security on protecting allied democracies and partners from disinformation. No amendments have been tabled to this draft resolution. I call Rodrigo de Mus, rapporteur, to present the draft resolution. Rodrigo, please, you have 3 minutes.
Speak in French. Dear colleagues, more than ever, disinformation is a dual threat for the countries of our alliance and our partners. It is both a security threat and a democratic threat. Authoritarian states and other non-state actors have understood this very well, and they have occupied the informational space in order to pursue their insidious objectives and to destabilize our democracies. This scourge is undermining the foundations of our societies and threatening the very essence of our democracies. The systematic use of false information by Russia in its renewed invasion of Ukraine is an escalation in this area. Ukrainian authorities and the entire population have responded with resolve and creativity, as they're doing on the military level, and their success is to be commended. In recent years, allies have also made considerable efforts in order to counter disinformation. But given the scope of this threat, we need to further consolidate our response. By adapting our legal frameworks and in complying with the fundamental principle of freedom of expression through a greater education as to the use of media and by increasing accountability of media outlets. It is only together that we'll be able to face this unprecedented challenge. By creating NATO some 74 years ago, our founding nations had a common vision, an alliance based upon common democratic values. And these values are what help us to ensure collective security. These values constitute our strength. And it is these very values that are directly targeted and jeopardized by those who spread disinformation currently. As Ukraine is currently doing with admirable courage, we also need to defend these values vigorously. We need to consolidate the resilience of our allied and partner societies facing the scourge of disinformation. This has to be one of our top priorities. And we need to meet this challenge together with great conviction and convey a message without any ambiguity whatsoever to the enemies of democracy, in affirming that no lie would ever shake our resolve to defend our values. Thank you.
So, does anyone else wish to speak in general on the draft resolution? If no, we will now vote on the draft resolution. Those in favor, please raise your voting cards. Thank you. Those against? Abstention? No. The draft resolution is agreed to. So now I will call our colleague, Vice President Franken, to take over from me.
Thank you, Vice President.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Now, okay, Theo will start.
Sorry, Mr. President. It's my turn. No. We now come to the draft resolution. Good afternoon, everybody. From the Economics and Security Committee on Towards the Reconstruction of Ukraine. 1 amendment have been tabled to the draft resolution. I call Michal President of our Assembly and Rapporteur to present the draft resolution. Michal, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. I try to be on time. So, I'm delighted to present the resolution entitled Towards the Reconstruction of Ukraine, which was approved by the members of the Economics and Security yesterday. The resolution itself is based on the report I have done on the reconstruction challenges we collectively confront in Ukraine, and I would like to thank the members of the Economics and Security Committee. I would like also to thank Philippe, chairman of the committee, for his excellent job. It was very helpful contribution both to the report and to the resolution. Let me quickly summarize a few key points made in the resolution. First, the resolution acknowledges the damage Russia has inflicted upon Ukraine and its people and the grave threat Russia's aggression poses to European security. We have a shared interest in sustaining the Ukrainian state, its institution, its military and its people. Efforts to strengthen Ukraine's resilience and to lay the foundation for its future economic and political development are essential not only for Ukraine's future, but also for transatlantic security and the democratic values it upholds. A democratic Ukraine, fully embedded in Euro-Atlantic security and economic institutions, will reinforce democracy and guarantee greater economic opportunities for Kiev and its partners. The resolution argues that we need to begin to play for Ukraine's reconstruction now, while Ukraine's government and civil society will remain the primary agents of the reconstruction efforts. The international community must provide military, humanitarian, budgetary support to ensure that Ukraine prevails, reclaims its occupied territories, and seizes the opportunity to build back better. It knows that the reconstruction of Ukraine will require efforts among donors to coordinate military, humanitarian and economic support for Ukraine to maximize the impact of assistance and avoid bottlenecks and delays. The resolution also asserts that Russia will have to compensate Ukraine for the damage its unjustified war has inflicted on Ukraine's economy and infrastructure. We are convinced that the initial payment should come from seized or frozen, sanctioned Russian assets when this is legally possible. And of course, we encourage all the states to create this legal framework for using this money. The resolution points to several ways allied governments can meet this complex but critical challenge. It urges member governments and parliaments of the North Atlantic Alliance to recognize that only a strong, democratic and secure Ukraine will be positioned to stop Putin's ambition, to prioritize support for demining the Ukrainian countryside and for removing explosive remnants of the war, to ensure that Russia is held to account for its criminal war and damages and that it helps fund reconstruction, to continue working with representatives of the Ukrainian state and civil society, to strive to coordinate and bring together military, humanitarian and economic support for Ukraine, to continue supporting Ukraine largely through grant-based aid and after the restoration of Ukraine's sovereignty and reconstruction, to transition these supports to loans, to help Ukraine address the emotional and psychological trauma its people have suffered, and to support Ukraine's path to EU and NATO membership. And I would like to say that I will offer a small change in paragraph 17D. I would suggest that instead of the crime of genocide, we can come back to the language we offered in May in Luxembourg. And now the text I propose will be, give me a second, crimes against humanity and reported acts of genocide committed in Ukraine. So I offer this amendment of mine. And thank you for your attention. I'm looking forward to your comments and urge you to support this important resolution as it is. Theo.
Yes, thank you very much. So I understand that the amendments of the Turkish delegation now was conceived in this compromise that you just formulated. Is that correct?
It's my proposal.
That's a proposal after a consultation with the Turkish delegation. I don't see them. I don't know where they are. Yes. Ah, okay. Yeah. So we can formulate it as Michal did. Okay. Are there concerns, remarks? Somebody asking the floor? No? Then we can vote on the resolution. Who is in favor of the adopted resolution, please? Great. Your resolution has passed. Thank you, Michal. Thank you.
Thank you very
everybody.
much.
We will now pause our consideration of committee resolutions and turn to the Women and for Peace and Security Award. Please, President, you have the floor.
Being a president is not an easy job. But this is very important, what I want to say. Dear colleagues, the NATO Parliamentary Assembly has a long-standing commitment to the principle that women and men are equal partners in the pursuit of peace and security. Action on this principle in 2021, we created the Women for Peace and Security Award to honor a woman who has made an exceptional contribution to the equal participation of women and men in the field of peace and security, the protection of women in conflict situations and mainstreaming women's needs and perspectives into relief and recovery initiatives in post-conflict countries. The two previous award winners were Honorable Nancy Pelosi, former Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Ms. Olha Stefanishyna, Deputy Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic Integration of Ukraine, and it is my honor to announce that 2023 winner of NATO Parliamentary Assembly Women for Peace and Security Award is Ms. Sviatlana TSIKHANOUSKAYA, the national leader of Democratic Belarus and the head of country's United Transition Cabinet. Please sit. In August 2020, I was present in Minsk As an independent election observer covering the Belarusian presidential election, I observed people entering the polling stations wearing white wristbands showing their support for you, Sviatlana, and Free Democratic Belarus. And I met you, Sviatlana, just after you have voted. I can assure the Assembly that you, Sviatlana, won that election. Madam President-elect, before, during, and after the presidential election, you provided an outstanding example of a woman leading on promoting peace and security. And your opposition to Lukashenko regime and your support for democracy provided an outstanding example of courage to men and women alike. This award shows the deep respect for the NATO Parliamentary Assembly has for you, Sviatlana, and your leadership in defending democracy and challenging authoritarianism. You are, of course, also fighting for the liberation of political prisoners detained in Belarus. Those prisoners include your husband, Sergei Tikhanovsky, who was subject to arbitrary arrest and detention and then sentenced to 18 years in prison on fake charges. We also think of Maria Kolesnikova. We think about Andrzej Poczobut, Polish journalist and activist, and the many others who are currently serving unjust sentences in Lukashenko's jails because they don't respect the regime. I now invite Ms. TSIKHANOUSKAYA to address this assembly. Sviatlana, the floor is yours.
Dear Chairman, dear members of the Assembly, dear friends. Thank you, dear Michal, for your kind words and for your dedicated, long-lasting support for democratic Belarus. Congratulations on your new role. NATO PA is lucky to have such a leader as you. I want to thank the honorable jury for giving me this important award, and the Iceland delegation, and personally Njal Trostiv-Reisbergstone for nominating me. I'm the second woman from a non-NATO country to receive this award. I regard your decision as a sign of a special attention that the Parliamentary Assembly pays to Belarus. 3 years since the beginning of the Belarusian peaceful revolution, it's getting harder to keep Belarus high on the agenda. Contrary to the name and the idea of this award, we live in the world full of wars and insecurity. Tyrannies all around the world never stop looking for ways to undermine democratic societies, to deprive people everywhere of their rights and voices, to make them just a servile, hard-working mess. This is the dream of every tyrant. Tyrants are like terrorists in some way. They hold whole populations hostage. They are never satisfied with what you give them. If you show weakness and give them what they want, they will always want more. Tyranny is like cancer. If not treated properly, it will grow and affect whole region, country after country. Accepting this award today, I can't help thinking of Israeli men and women taken hostage by terrorists these days. One of the prisoners is a 22-year-old Belarusian woman, Lizaveta Prudnikova, born in my hometown of Mikashevich. I really hope that she and all the prisoners, civilians and servicemen alike, will return home safely. We Belarusians pray for peace in Israel. For hundreds of years, the Jewish people used to call Belarus their home. We Belarusians have very special ties with them, but Belarus also used to be home for Muslims, namely Crimean Tatars. We used to live in peace in Belarus for centuries altogether, Christians, Jews, and Muslims. And I believe that it can also be real today. May peace be restored in the Middle East as soon as possible. Dear friends, let me gratefully accept this award in the name of all our Belarusian heroines. First of all, our women political prisoners. Among thousands of political prisoners in Belarus, there are hundreds of women. They are hostages of the terrorist regime in Lukashenko's quiet war against the people. Мария Колесникова, Катерина Андреева, Наста Лойко, Марфа Рабкова, Вольга Майорова, Дарья Лосик, Вольга Золотарь, Ksenia Lutskina, and 100 others. All these women could continue contributing to our Belarusian society with their talents and intelligence. Instead, they were taken away from their beloved and sentenced to large prison terms, up to 20 years, based on trumped-up charges. And it's not by chance that the Nobel Peace Prize this year was given to another brave woman, jailed by a dictatorship, Nargis Mohammadi from Iran. Among other things, Nargis is fighting against use of a solitary confinement as a cruel and inhuman punishment in Iranian prisons. In Belarus, it is the most common way of torturing women and men alike. The women that I mentioned are held in solitary confinement for many months. They are kept incommunicado. Even their lawyers are not allowed to see them. Some of them badly need medical assistance, which they are denied. These women are treated like criminals by the regime which, assisted by Russia, terrorized the Belarusian people, which makes use of terrorist groups like Wagner mercenaries or its own Gubopik thugs. The regime, which is guilty of acts of international terrorism, such as hijacking of Ryanair flight plane in 2021, which commits war crimes such as illegal deportation of Ukrainian children from occupied territories. The quiet war of this regime against the Belarusian people has been going on for 3 years. One of our most defiant political prisoners, mother of 2 children, Polina Sharenda-Panasiuk, considers herself a prisoner of war. And indeed, she is treated by her jailers like an enemy. Just last year, she spent more than 200 days in isolation, in the punishment cell. She was beaten and her ribs were broken. She is denied treatment and medication for her liver condition. They are literally killing her. With a height of 170 centimeters, Polina now weighs only 47 kilos. Now they want to sentence Polina to a new prison term for the 3rd time in a row. But neither torture, imprisonment, nor an attempt to put her in a mental ward have broken her. I dedicate this award to Polina and many other women like her. Like Iranians, we Belarusians also have a Nobel Peace Prize winner in jail. I'm talking about Ales Belyatsky, the 2 times political prisoner of the regime. He's sentenced to 10 years in prison for his human rights activism. Today, I'd like to greet his wife and my friend, Natalia Pinchuk. Natalia, it's your award too. For many years, ever since Ali's participation in the dissent movement in Soviet times, Natalia stood by his side, taking care of him and their son, Adam. She was visiting Ales in jail while it was possible. Now she is waiting for him to come home. Being a political prisoner's wife myself, I know very well what it feels like. When you can't recognize your husband on video from prison because you haven't seen him for years. When they send you a text message with fake news that your husband is dead, trying to break you. There are thousands of women like us in Belarus, and it is their award too. And there are still many more women, hundreds of thousands of them who voted for me, who believe in our victory and who give me strength to go on with my mission. Women like pensioner who called me recently. She told me that she and her female friends hold regular gatherings where they discuss politics and support each other. Aren't you afraid? I asked her. We are simply tired of being afraid, she told me. There are too many of us. They just can't arrest everyone. And it is women like her that I would like to dedicate this award. Dear friends, being raised in the patriarchal Soviet and post-Soviet society, I was taught to put up with many injustices and to give up in many situations. You are a woman. You can't change anything. The world is a cruel place. It's a man's world. With time, I had to learn by myself that it's not true. Today, I know for sure we women can bring about change. We do have the power to make the world a better place. 2 years ago, I was lucky to meet one of my heroines, Madeleine Albright. She said a beautiful phrase that I would like to quote. I was taught to strive not because there were any guarantees of success, but because the act of striving is in itself the only way to keep faith with life. And it reminded me at once my own experience. You know, for years I was trying to rehabilitate my hearing-impaired son. There was no guarantee that rehabilitation would help him, but there was no other choice. We had to keep on trying, just to keep faith with life. There is another famous quote of Madeleine's, which I like very much. There is a special place in hell for women who don't help each other. And I can affirm that she was true to this ideal of female solidarity. It was actually her who advised President Joe Biden to meet me when I came for the first time to Washington, D.C. You know, thinking of Madeleine Albright, I realized her role in shaping international security. She saw NATO not just as a military alliance, but as a pillar of international stability and an engine of democratic process. There cannot be security without democracy. Therefore, a democratic Belarus is a must. Ukraine, and actually whole Europe, will not be safe if Belarus remains in Russia's claws. To support Belarusian resistance is of key importance. Today, the very existence of Belarus is at stake. Putin doesn't see either Belarus nor Ukraine as independent states. His aim is to subjugate and colonize. In Ukraine, Russia does it with tanks and missiles. In Belarus, it does it through political and economical domination and Russification. The fates of Belarus and Ukraine are intertwined. Without Belarus, Russia's war against Ukraine becomes pointless. If our revolution succeeded in 2020, the war would probably never have started. This is why Putin holds his grip on Belarus so strongly, and this is why Putin supports Lukashenko so much. Today, our resistance went underground, but it's not sleeping. People keep their spirit alive. In spite of police terror, they continue to gather illegally. Only last year, there were at least 375 acts of peaceful protest in Belarus. Last week, Belarusian railway partisans have blown up the railway track section used by Russian military. The Belarusian society hasn't changed its opinion since 2020. Despite all the propaganda, police terror, presence of Russian troops, Belarusians prepare for a new window of opportunity. Belarus can be a success story, but we have to give people hope. Such hope is a European perspective for Belarus as an alternative to the Russian world. In August, we Belarusian democratic forces declared that our ultimate goal for Belarus is membership in European Union. But Belarusians also want to hear from you that Europe's door is open to Belarus, and it will not be given as consolation prize for Putin. Dear parliamentarians, I ask you to support our movement for freedom. Join the Group for Democratic Belarus in your parliaments. Become godparents for political prisoners. Also, as parliamentarians, you can demand more decisive steps from your government vis-à-vis Belarus. Demand the tribunal not only against Putin, but also Lukashenko. He has a long record of crimes. While increasing sanctions on the regime, increase assistance to democratic forces. And remember that helping Belarusian people to fight is not charity. It's investment in the security and democratic future of the whole Europe. Provide a safe haven to exiled Belarusians in your country. Last month, the regime deprived Belarusian people in exile of passports. Hundreds of thousands can become de facto stateless. Very soon, we plan to issue our own passports to them, as Baltic states were doing during the Soviet occupation. And I ask your parliaments to endorse this initiative. And finally, let's help Ukraine to win this war. Victory of Ukraine will be the ultimate defeat of Putin and Lukashenko. Many Belarusians fight for Ukraine's freedom as I speak. Many of them gave their lives in this fight, because we understand that it's not just their fight, it is our common fight for freedom. Dear friends, we have a long road ahead of us, so let's walk this road to freedom together. For us Belarusians, walking this road is in itself the only way to keep faith with life. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Sviatlana, for your impressive speech. We need to go on with our resolutions. We now come to the draft resolution from the Political Committee on delivering on the Vilnius Summit decisions, accelerating NATO adaptation. I call Marcos Perestrello de Vasconcelos to present the draft resolution on behalf of Thomas Valacek, General Rapporteur. Marcos, please. Hi. You have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, it's my pleasure to present to you the resolution that was adopted with near unanimity by our political committee. This resolution focuses on the implementation of decisions adopted at the Vilnius Summit and the next steps for our alliance. The Vilnius Summit underscored our enduring transatlantic bond and adopted decisions that will make our alliance stronger and more resilient in the face of the gravest security crisis since the Second World War. I should note that the summit decisions closely align with the recommendations adopted by our Assembly in Luxembourg. The political committee resolutions calls on NATO member governments and parliaments to promptly implement these summit decisions. This includes strengthening our forward deployed, combat-ready defensive forces on our eastern flank and fulfilling our defense investments commitments. Furthermore, the resolution reiterates our Assembly's consistent call to reinforce NATO's identity as a community built on shared democratic values. We need to instrumentalize this commitment to shared values through the establishment of a Centre of Democratic Resilience at NATO headquarters. During the discussions in our committee yesterday, we further strengthened the text, which now calls on all allied leaders to make bold strategic decisions regarding Ukraine's NATO membership. We also underscore the need to define clearly the reforms Ukraine needs to implement in order to meet membership conditions as soon as possible. Colleagues, this resolution addresses a wide range of critical issues, from the challenges posed by China to countering terrorism, from Western Balkans to climate changes. I believe this is a very strong resolution with clear, robust political messages, and I ask you to support this important document. And I will take the chance to suggest a small change in the text to turn the text more coherent inside and coherent with the previous resolution we adopted, presented by our President Michal. And so, at subparagraph 17H, I would recommend that the word potential will be replaced by reported. So instead of potential genocide, reported genocide. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Marcos. So we have an agreement. Is somebody asking the floor? Can we adopt the resolution? Who is for this resolution? Please vote. Who is against? 1. Abstentions? 1. Okay, the resolution has been adopted. Thank you very much, Marcos.
Thank you, Theo. That concludes our business here today. On behalf of the Parliamentary Assembly, I want to thank MES and Danish delegation for hosting this important and successful session. We also express our gratitude to the staff of the Danish Parliament, the International Secretariat of the NATO PA, the police and security staff, the interpreters, and all the others who have helped make this session run so smoothly. The Assembly will be next convened in Sofia, Bulgaria, for the spring session in May 2024. I declare the 69th annual session closed.
you.